Okay, what's
If you guys hear a humming sound, that's probably...
okay, well, the only thing on April Fools that actually got me that it turned out to actually be true was the Pokemon thing for Google Maps. Did anybody hear about that?
No?
Ah, I believe I heard something about it, but I don't care about Pokemon, so...
Well, you were able to catch all 100, at least the first 150 Pokemon in the country, unless my friends were starting to prank me like with a late April Fool's joke, like they can do, like they always do. They don't get me on April Fool's, but they get me every time else. Yeah.
I sometimes do that as a joke, just sort of, I fool someone, and they're like, why did you do that? And they go, April Fools! But it's October! That's the joke. I could just sit around and something that awesome all that time, could I?
Yeah, this is also the problem, which kind of annoyed me with the big elaborate April Fool's collab thingy, that because it was April 1st, everybody thought through it far too easily. Last year I was still able to trick people with my best pony video, but okay, I did not expect anybody to believe it further than the video itself. Since this thingy didn't give the resolution within the video itself, people were had to think about it and not buy into it after the video finished. So it was a little bit more tricky. But yeah, when you do something like this on April 1st itself, the people are far too easy, like, oh, look at the date. You really have to do this kind of jokes not on April 1st.
Yeah.
So I'm with Biter on this one. The joke, just imagine, this whole elaborate joke thingy with all the people involved would have been at any other date. For 2 or 3 days, we would have been able to let not the whole fandom, but at least the fandom which follows us guys on YouTube, we would have been able to go them all nuts.
Yeah.
Well, you got me, so you got to give yourself some credit. Then again, unfortunately, I am somewhat gullible, and that was very elaborate. So I had no idea that it was a joke.
But yeah, again, with the thingy with the last year, with the best pony thingy, and the chat is completely frozen now. Well, it will be back at some point. With the thingy last year, it was like I'm still, even though throughout the year, I still got people with it. Throughout the whole year after it, because I never changed the title entirely. I put that it is an April Fool's joke in the description, but the title I only modified with a little phrase at the end in brackets like originally aired on April 1st, 2013. So I never acknowledged in the title that it is only an April Fool's joke. And throughout the year I still got comments like, oh my god, you got me! So yeah, so don't feel bad about that I got you. That's the best pranks. The pranks you don't realize at first glance that it is a prank. So
Yeah. My friend got pranked by me, and then he also got pranked by the Nerf gun, the Nerf nuke thing. Yeah, you guys heard about that?
no.
It's a you know what Nerf is, right? It's the little gun things that have
Yeah.
the Nerf gun bullets and all that. Well, supposedly you could have a ball that was filled up with Nerf like ammo and all that stuff, and you throw it into the middle of a room and it explodes.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Never
Yeah.
thought How did they make it?
It's an April Fool's joke.
Oh, I've never seen Nerf release that. Oh wait, actually maybe I have, but once or twice on TV.
It's an April Fool's joke. It was on the internet. Only.
So it
Yeah.
it was false advertising.
Yeah. like almost everything on April Fools.
I thought that what you meant was that they had it and they just used it on you on April 1st or something.
No, my friend got. No, when I was talking about my friend got fooled by the advertisement for the Nerf nuke thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a question involving Crown Prince because your avatar reminds me.
Caesar's avatar, or
What?
Caesar's, you are referring to Caesar's avatar, don't you?
Yeah.
Because I
yeah.
totally get what you mean. It has some kind of Crown Princey vibe to it. But yeah, your question?
It was drawn by Crown Prince.
Oh, it actually was. Nice.
Yeah, it was. I also have an Amy. I also bought Amy. I'm also getting animation from her too.
Sweet.
Her, but for the longest time we were led to.
I said her.
Yeah, but that's my question. What is it really a her? Because I swear
It is
one time. I swear one time when Crown Prince was on the CBD Aftermath and CBD that it was a male voice.
Well, she did a male voice in almost every single animation she was doing, and she was trying to punk us all because everybody's a dude. You're a dude. You're a dude. I'm a dude. Everybody's a dude.
Wait, she was on the Aftermath at one point?
Yeah, exactly.
Why didn't I know this?
She was in the Aftermath?
Biter, was
Yeah,
she on the Aftermath?
I don't
thought
remember Preteliconia in the show or the Aftermath.
I told her about her Luna animation, and she said that her friends say that that's their favorite and that they remember her for that. But how did she pull off that male voice? Because it was...
I would say pretty much the same way.
Just acting like a male. Females can have a male voice.
I mean, it's not so hard to have a little bit of a different voice. I mean, this one, okay, it's rather easy to see through, but nevertheless, I can...
You just have to inflect with your voice.
Exactly. You can at least try. I mean, when I would actually talk a little bit more like this, I guess this voice is a bit more believable than the one I did earlier, but it could go through as a female voice if you wouldn't know who was talking.
A lot of
And talking in the
female
deeper
voice-
voice is even easier.
A lot of female voice actors do indeed play like young children or males a lot of the time
Bart
because
Simpson.
yeah,
Spike.
exactly. And it's sort of because at least as a female it's a lot easier to impersonate a male than the other way around, I kind of imagine.
I have no idea what you're referring to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely no idea.
Looney, it doesn't work because we see your face.
Oh.
Okay,
Absolutely
so...
no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, darling, please.
Buddy,
Hey, Cole.
Hello.
Yeah, hey, Cole.
how we doing?
We've been okay.
Doing
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah, she actually does pretty good. She's actually does pretty well on her
it's my
commissions. Actually,
birthday
it's
today.
not too expensive for her.
What did Cole say?
I didn't even hear him.
It's something day to day.
Ah, okay.
Something dark side.
Yeah, shouldn't we?
Something.
Yeah, because
It's,
this,
it's his birthday today.
Ah, happy birthday, Cole.
Very, very happy birthday, Cole. I hope you have a
Happy
pleasant
birthday,
day
Cole.
today.
Yes.
Yeah, shouldn't we, regardless, shouldn't we be having a party because Math
Man.
and Aftermath exclusive only comes around once in a while, I think. Well, during
correct.
the season.
Snacks.
I'm out of soda, but I can always get more. They're in the fridge.
I don't really follow, I'm afraid.
What?
We're celebrating what?
I don't get what I don't know what we're celebrating. All I know is that I got a wine bottle.
Well,
Usually
why
the
is-
Aftermath has a show attached to it. This time it doesn't.
Yeah. So this is complete randomness that we're actually doing.
According to the
I just-
title on
different.
top, it is. But by the way, haven't there been topics, Maxwell, you addressed earlier, and I was like, stop talking about this. This is a great topic for the main show.
Just a second, I need to open up the
Thank
door to
you,
let my dog out.
people, and you guys in that hangout.
But it's just it's something like just you guys in the hangout.
Okay.
That's what I picked up. I'm afraid.
Sorry, I didn't get that yet either. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you guys in the chat, the ones who said happy birthday to
Okay.
him.
Yeah.
Ask Button Mash and Mego12. And he says,
Okay.
you're welcome.
Oh my God, we have a button mesh here.
My report yesterday, I am white.
Whatever.
Guys, this is going to be massively derailed. I do hope you realise that how derailed this is going to be. It's going to be so derailed.
How derailed is it going to be? What are we talking about at all?
I don't know what we're talking about.
Compared to not knowing what we were talking about to start with, it's going to be 20% more derailed.
Everyone knows my phone today, yesterday, because he wanted to see the new, but now we up with a bit of yesterday on the hub.
Okay, so A&Y, about that thing.
I mean, you mentioned the April Fool's joke, but we talked about it. You also asked something else before we started the show. So what was it?
About World War II video games.
Oh, right, the ridiculousness. Oh, God damn it. So,
Sorry,
yeah. Basically, games featuring the topic of World War II are in Germany allowed, but we have in Germany an ongoing... it is censorship, but not in the sense of that entire titles are forbidden, but that you have to censor blood out and stuff like this. So in the 90s, Command and Conquer were not soldiers, but all were cyborgs, and the blood color was changed from red to black. So it's oil, and it was completely stupid. And this was an ongoing trend. It was with the Commandos series, for example. Commandos have been a series in which you play a small elite team, the Green Berets, the spy, the sniper, and so on. And what they did there was you were still there and killing Nazis and everything behind the enemy lines, but the Nazi symbol, the Hakenkreuz, the cross symbol, what is it called in English? Hakenkreuz.
Swastika.
So swastika, right. The swastika was edited out of the flag, so you just had red flags, and I believe there was also no blood, so the people just lay around there as, the corpses were just very, very clean corpses. And it is still up to this day that this bullshit exists. For example, I had to create a second Steam account to get an uncensored version of Fallout 3 because I bought this version in good faith and everything. Then I discovered, oh my god, this version is completely castrated. Not to mention that I cannot, what was actually more annoying than the lack of splattering heads. What was also missing was the ability to change the fucking language. So I had to listen to the terrible German dubs. And
Sure.
oh!
Yeah, because in Germany it has a particular censorship of its game and gore and violence.
It seems like it does. I don't think it's worse in Australia, isn't it?
They have other issues. For example,
It used to be. They've improved it since it used to be really bad in Australia, but they introduced like an R18 rating. So
finally.
Yeah.
I mean,
Isn't that still censored? Even like they even censored South Park.
It sometimes, but it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. Like with Left 4 Dead was a huge example where almost everything was like they had to completely remake Left 4 Dead for an Australian audience because it really so much of it. Yeah, like all of the melee weapons that took off the zombie's head had to be removed, or all of the blood had to be removed. The zombie models had to actually be changed, also it could fit a 15 rating.
You have to love it.
Oh, the joys of censorship.
It is so.
Sorry if I keep on going on and off camera. I'm babysitting my dog. It's annoying.
It's completely fine, man.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still up to this day. So, but yeah, the theme itself of World War II is not taboo, but a lot of other ridiculous stuff.
So no hard feelings if I'm playing Blazing Angels 2 and completely shred through the Luftwaffe.
It's, I don't know.
I just I played Blazing Angels 2 recently, and as I was playing, I just felt uneasy because I now personally know a German, and he's a brony, and
I guess you killed a lot of Nazis in this game, or
I guess so.
yeah, it's a World War II flight simulator.
I
I
don't
don't
see
know
any
now.
problems with that.
You have
To be
no
honest.
problems with that?
Star Quest you are and for who and there you go. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, then.
One thing
And
he was
Prime
saying,
Minister.
one
but
thing Cole was saying earlier for those who missed, there wasn't an MLP episode today, and that's why we're doing this aftermath, because of the Littlest Pet Shop.
Marathon?
Why are we not talking about Littlest Pet Shop? We've had the greatest show to have been ever made.
What's that sound?
Jacob is trying to talk.
Ah,
Something's wrong with his microphone.
yeah. Sorry, Jacob. That sucks. Yeah, Little Miss Pet Shop. I
I said Little Miss Pet Shop for a moment. Then, didn't
wait a minute. Did I mess up the thing?
I? No, I misheard you.
Okay. Yeah, the show seems pretty interesting, but I keep on seeing the meme of like 3 test students whenever I'm watching it, and it's MLP, Little Miss Pet Shop copying MLP, and then back in the back of the corner it's Care Bears, and it's like, what the fuck am I doing? Has anybody seen that?
I've not, but when I did watch the first couple of episodes of this Pet Shop, and I didn't really like it at all. But everything I've seen since has been like something fashion show related. Every single advert I see for it, I'm not sure if they're advertising the same thing, or if that's all it is.
I'm fine with just
Sure.
MLP, thank you very much.
I heard Blythe was supposed to be like a fashion designer or something.
Oh, okay.
I guess that's why I heard that's why I heard or overheard whenever I was like on the computer and I still had the TV running.
What's Zoe like? I've
She's
I barely
like a
heard about
pie.
I barely heard about her, but I think the stuff that I did hear about her were not really good things.
Is
All
that
I
the
heard is
dog?
like she's like a copy of Pinkie Pie, but a lot more crazy.
Which one's Zoe? I don't actually remember.
The monkey, if I'm right.
No, the
Zoe's
The dog. I think it's the dog.
Yeah, okay,
the
yeah.
dog that
the
like
dog?
Twilight,
I don't even know.
voiced by
I
Nicole
heard she's-
Oliver.
Yeah.
I heard she's just a proper version. She's just a very, very proper. She's like a proper singing dog, I guess. Like she goes. She's like a purebred or something. Like one of the purest breds of a dog.
So she's a little snotty.
I don't know how. I don't really say that she's snotty or anything. That's
Here's the
why
facts.
That's why I hear when I'm like doing stuff on the computer. What, Tank? Sorry.
So
Yeah,
what
that's-
game is that A and Y? Star Command?
FTL, faster than light. Oh my god.
I heard it's a very fun game, pretty much.
It is a very fun game, but currently this sun
It's
is...
I heard it's a
I
bird.
suggested last week because it had the new stuff patch thing.
Yeah, I'm going to buy it soon. I just got my check.
Cool.
Yeah, so I'll be buying it soon.
No, I lost my guy.
So the
dear,
reason
and
why
my
there's-
ship has got lots of fires.
The fire is not the
Yeah.
problem. I lost my weapons
And
guy.
why don't die? Don't die on us.
Uh-oh.
The reason why there's no episodes yesterday is because Lilith's Pet Shop had a season finale.
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously more important.
Yeah, I know.
Who cares about those bronies? It's all about the Lilith's Pet Shop.
To be honest, I appreciate this little break because yesterday was a lot of moving. I just moved into my new permanent house.
I'm actually also good with that because even though the hub, it's number one show, it gets its most views for MLP, and all that stuff. They focus a lot on MLP and not a lot on their other shows. That's why we haven't really been able to get heard of other shows for a while, like Dan Versus or some others.
But
I missed Dan Versus. I haven't
Yeah,
seen that in
it's on-
goodness knows how long.
It's on hiatus actually, and it's not canceled, but the guy that has created it has not heard anything about it. He said as soon as he hears something about it, he will say, the guy that made Dan Versus.
Hmm.
Does
Yeah.
anyone watch any other hub shows besides Final Little Pony?
I watched Dan Versus. I watched Pound Puppies when it hit its second season. The first season was okay, but the animation was it was really bad. Everything improved in the second season. Pound Puppies pretty much was like a show that was in the beginning and started actually getting better. Also, Spooksville and R.L. Stein's The Hunting Hour are good.
Yeah, I mostly watch Dan Versus and Haunting Hour.
Yeah. I heard Transformers Prime was good.
Probably not going to see it.
Yeah, because it's over. They're done with as soon as this third season came out, it was over.
I'll sometimes watch Family Game Night. I hear that's pretty good sometimes.
Yeah, it is, and it has a variety of people on it, and people are more likely to win stuff in that game than any other game. It's a pretty nice thing.
I'm planning on taking a look at Transformers Prime sometime.
It's a good show. I heard the third, and a lot of people liked it a lot. People wish for more of it, but I guess it was not getting enough views, and Boys Toys are actually losing the amount of money for a couple of years, and that's why they haven't been able to they haven't really kept the show up because it was so expensive to make because of what style they were using, and then how much of a decline in boys' toys that there were because video games and the internet are taking away toys.
Internet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, for me it's basically...
Shinar, I never heard the backstory of your OC. What is with this chemical accident?
Oh, my OC's an alchemist.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he just lives. This is cliche, like a lot of people, but I only did because I thought it'd be a lot of the stuff he can get is probably in the Everfree Forest. So he has a little house, like a little hut in the Everfree Forest. So that's a little bit cliche, but yeah. But he in his house there's tons of explosions because he tries to get what he wants, but he's a very unlucky character. He's very unlucky.
And is that his? Are those patches of blue natural?
Mostly.
Who drew this drawing of your OC?
This one, it's Crown Prince.
Ah,
Yeah.
very nice.
Which should be which the name is now deceiving, and
Yeah.
yet another
The
elaborate
name
plan
isn't
that-
thing, Prince surname,
Yes.
and it's spelled with an E. So it's...
Crown is more deceiving because I've never seen her with the crown.
No.
Good point, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's not a prince or a princess, so what's with that?
Exactly.
Oh,
If
She's a
MLP,
queen.
if MLP taught us anything, that everybody wants to be a pretty princess.
Oh my. After tons and tons of lessons, you could finally become a princess.
Yeah, that's pretty much the goal of the series, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I'm
Every little
surprised.
girl.
Every little girl.
And then when you become a princess, nothing is different.
I'm surprised now, not saying that I think that the decision was a bad one, but based on other people's opinions, I'm surprised that My Little Pony wasn't on WatchMojo.com's top 10 list of TV shows that jumped the shark.
It could have. We just
Yeah.
don't know how. We just don't know yet. We gotta wait till the very end of the series. But the thing is, in a lot of people's opinion, no, in my friend's opinion, we both think that they could have waited like a season or two to actually to implement this properly, because it just seems like third season, 13 episodes.
Well, yeah, it doesn't help that seems half the length of the previous. Well,
Yeah, and that's why my friend also has the theory of, hey, season 4 is like half a we're just going to say the reason, like after half the season is through, that's going to be the rest of the season is like they're going to focus a little bit more on her princesshood or blah blah blah, something like that. And his theory was kind of right, because as soon as the 15th episode was out, it wasn't that the Twilight time, the 15th episode. His theory was correct, because they didn't say anything about Twilight till the 15th episode. Yeah.
Even then, it wasn't really much of a role. But, yeah.
It did
Yeah.
say about Princess Twilight in the first and second episode of season 4. I mean, it was called Princess Twilight.
Yeah.
But
Explore being a princess
Yeah.
of thought, just kind of the problem that it's trying to, it's about her being a princess, and it's obviously she doesn't have anything to do.
it's
Say,
one of these more meaningful titles that, when I say meaningful, I mean meaningful at
quote unquote meaningful.
yes, rather than actually hitting towards anything that would happen in the episode. It was just, yeah.
The episode could have been better. I really wish they would have took that really awkward moment out at the very
What
end.
episode are we talking about again?
Moment?
The awkward moment. Twilight, you must go because you're a princess. Even though you hold the element of magic and we can't do this without you, you must go.
there's
Well,
no
it
other
was
way.
the first time that they
Except there
dealt
is.
with Twilight as a princess, and she
Yes.
was the only one at that point.
Yes, but the
So,
thing is that they couldn't do anything without her. They needed the extra element of magic.
Well, no,
And
but
she-
they didn't
take her element of magic with her.
They didn't know that they needed the element.
What?
They did.
They didn't know what the hell they were doing in the first place.
Only
They said that they needed to return.
Twilight series, when you had a clue what
Didn't
they're
they
doing,
say they needed to
sent her
return
back.
the element?
no, they only said they only got that they needed to return the elements when Twilight showed up again. That was the first time they mentioned it. They didn't know what they were doing. They just
Yeah,
went
they had no clue what they're doing, so they're sending the only one who really always seems to, who has a clue of what's going on. And then, well, do we see what happens when they meet, the corrupted tree? They're like, oh, do we kick
We are
it?
fucked.
So
Everybody else doesn't have a brain without Twilight. Oh.
Owen, you're, if I'm correct, are you Australian?
No.
Oh, you mentioned Australia earlier, so and
How dare you mention other countries than your own?
Yeah,
What is
confusing.
that, me being in Australia? What?
it was also the accent. You were either British or Australian. I couldn't tell.
Well, I'm British, so
Okay,
Oh
so,
my God, we got
even-
British people in here. I can't
Also-
work with this.
So,
Also, back
if-
on that video game subject, how was Assassin's Creed 3 for the British people?
fine. I didn't care. Anyone who bitched about it
Yeah,
was...
that's fine.
Well, because what was more important was the fact that Assassin's Creed 3 was a really terrible game than anything else. I didn't care that I was killing British people. Bad game. I could be killing, like, whoever, and it would still be a bad game.
No, I'm killing fictional people who happen to be from my country.
Yeah.
I've killed British people before.
Yeah, I
Well,
was...
you want to know the funny thing about that? I played almost every Assassin's Creed game before that, and I wasn't able to buy it because I lost my Xbox, and I was trying to buy it, and my friend said he will never play Assassin's Creed game, bought the game, and he loved it.
what do you guys,
Pissed me
what
off.
Biter and Owen, what do you guys think of all the Hollywood's villains that are British?
No issue with that.
No.
Yeah.
I just love that Jaguar commercial.
Also, yeah, usually that's the thing. And wait a minute, I shouldn't be talking. You guys should be talking. Sorry.
I have no issue with it. I don't know about I can imagine Bite would have an issue with it. It's funny, really.
Yeah.
It's just how it goes.
I kind of feel like British in most media are either villains or just stuffy, uptight people. There's no, like, middle ground.
Well, the villains in the American movies are always intelligent. The grand, big master plans, and usually they are defeated by brute force.
America!
Yeah.
Fuck yeah!
America, we don't care about your brains.
No matter what, we'll just defeat you with brute force. Yeah.
We elected George Bush. You think we're going to care about your brains?
Actually, the funny thing is, this is the funniest thing. Out of all of our presidents, George Bush was actually the most recommended because of his actual education and all that stuff. He went to more colleges, he went to more stuff, he was the most educated out of all of our presidents, and he had the most experience. He just sucked at it.
Yeah, and had 9/11 never happened and we never went to war, he probably would have been a better president. He was just never prepared for this.
Not really.
I think people still would have laughed at him.
It was actually Cheney in a lot of that stuff, and Cheney was pulling pretty much. This is what happened. Cheney was pretty much George Bush was Cheney's puppet. There you go.
You need to put food on your family.
I can
On
defend,
your family.
I can
Everybody
defend-
over here. That's literally what he said. You need to put food on your family.
Yeah.
A genius, man.
I can defend George Bush all I want, but I still have a mixed feeling about Cheney. I don't know much about him, but
Cheney's the guy that pretty much fucked us over. Pretty much, telling you right now.
yeah, he.
Yeah, but that's American. That's old American politics. And let's go like with all the Americans of the day, and let's think of it now and say today's president is the worst president of all time because that's the American way. Which is kind of true. I met so many people that are like that.
There's never been a popular president at the time.
Yeah, even the best presidents ever.
Abraham Lincoln, people hated Abraham Lincoln.
I mean, they killed him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's some serious hate.
Yeah.
It's always it's always the best that go from us first. It has always been the same. People are always great post-mortem.
Yeah.
And the worst stick around for the longest.
Yeah. My favorite president, FDR.
Yes.
Yeah, FDR died in office. He's actually considered I think I already said this before, it being a World War II casualty, if I remember right. FDR is. Because he died.
FDR.
FDR, he's Franklin D. Roosevelt.
And it's ironic that he followed after one of our least favorite presidents, Herbert Hoover.
Yeah, I think a lot of people say Hoover was there at the wrong time and all that stuff. And if you go by Republicans, which I don't, they will say a lot that frankly, like if Hoover if it was flipped, it'd be the same thing or something like that. But
I remember actually studying that in history, doing all about the Wall Street crash and all about, and doing would Herbert Hoover, was he just unlucky? Was he just at the wrong time?
Yeah.
I can't remember what the conclusion we came to was, to be honest. I haven't had to report on it, but that was years ago, and I've slept since then.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
I don't know too much about this president because apparently. Well, I only know the good stuff. No, I'm not talking about this president that you're talking. I'm not talking about Hoover. I'm talking about a president I'm going to bring up. I will always appreciate John F. Kennedy for putting us on the moon and preventing World War III.
He died. He died.
Yeah.
He was an okay president. The only reason why he was an okay president actually, even though a lot of people like him a lot. The reason why he's so big and stuff like that is because he was assassinated. You'll notice almost every single president that was killed that has been assassinated is very, very big.
Well, not all of them.
Well, it's pretty much the same nowadays on the internet. If you don't get a lot of hate, you are doing things wrong, or you're not controversial enough. And for a president, he plays in a completely different league. So if he is just playing everything safe,
James A. Garfield and William McKinley were assassinated, and they're not that big.
True.
well, they
Were
probably
they assassinated in office?
And when I said that...
Well, the thing with Kennedy
said that
was he got assassinated. He wasn't necessarily a great president in his abilities, but he was a fit young man with a big smiling face that had swung over the masses. I mean, the thing about Herbert Hoover was the populace, during the Great Depression felt he wasn't doing anything, which was hardly the case. The man put more money towards helping the poor than all of his predecessors combined, and paid money out of his own personal pocket. But he wasn't a person of the people. He wasn't a person who they felt confident about. And as such, he got a huge bad rap because they blamed him for not doing anything when in fact he did more than any of the others before. The situation was that Hoover was quite a confident president. He didn't stride out there like Franklin like Roosevelt did and take over the audience. And that's the thing with Kennedy as well. He's a fit, young, smiling man who represents vitality and, can win over the people. And his sudden and violent murder was going to solidify that position in the public consciousness. Whereas if he had stayed around, his many vices may have caught up with him. It is perhaps actually a good thing that he was assassinated in the long run, because it was a very big, strong, patriotic thing for the United States to have their young, fit president assassinated, and in its place you get a very competent president who could push through all the bills that Kennedy wasn't really getting through.
Yeah.
As I was saying, I said that when I said that Kennedy put us on the moon, I didn't mean that he was in office when we actually landed on the moon. I meant yes, he started the whole thing by
Did he? I
didn't think he actually did, because it was 6 years after he died that. Was it 6 years?
He challenged America to go to the moon and back.
Well, yeah, okay.
He's like, guys, let's go to the moon, and then we went to the moon 6 years after he died.
Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah.
Well, it was sort of, he had lots of ideals and things he wanted to push for, but America wasn't really going behind it. But with his death, there was a lot of public push and support behind those things, and the president who followed after him, someone who was actually competent enough to push it through with the support of his death, could certainly do those things.
Yeah, there's so many people, and then you have all these people that try to say that it was planned out, and all that stuff. It was planned out and all that, and blah blah blah, and all that.
I mean, like every president has had, most presidents have had assassination attempts. Even Barack Obama has had his fair share of assassination attempts.
Yeah, I know. I was actually waiting during his inauguration speech back in 2009 for somebody to be like having a gun and just
Yeah,
shooting
me
when he
too.
was speaking. I
There
literally
were so many assassination attempts.
I was
since
sat
Obama.
watching the television, waiting for someone to just kill him right there, right there. That's
Just
exactly
do
what
it.
didn't happen. 0 out of 10, worst inauguration ever.
yeah. Yeah. That
Wait, his was the
thing.
worst
I was so
inauguration?
surprised.
Why?
Huh?
Why was his the worst
Because he
inauguration?
wasn't killed. I wanted him to be killed. No, I'm not being serious. I didn't want him to be killed.
Too late, buddy. Sorry. Too late.
Sorry. The NSA is spying on us. You're already locked on. And they're sending a drone at you right now. Yeah. Sorry.
What is our
Muscular
government?
Bronies Discuss, brought
He's
to
in
you by
Britain.
the NSA.
What is our government
Yeah.
supposed to do about it? He's in Britain.
Well,
You know, there's a
drone-
button that you can press called Summon the NSA, where it searches for words that's on the NSA's radar, and eventually the FBI and the police can come to your house.
Yeah.
What's
Even
the
if
difference?
you're,
The NSA was still tracking us.
even if you're across the ocean?
Cool. No.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing, it's because there's a lot of because drones are not put into the being illegal into in war efforts yet. So we can do anything with drones as we want. We've been doing that in Middle East for a while.
Drones are being driven by joysticks.
Yep.
I don't like drones.
I like Amazon drones. I like drones because of Amazon. You know what they're doing? I want to get my delivery, and they can deliver it to me in 3 hours.
I want my delivery of a drone
Okay.
with a complimentary packet of polos.
Okay, that I can get behind, but military drones.
See, you have to. This is the thing, though. In the United States, a lot of our technology that we have used today has been made because of the government. A lot of our interesting technology. I know. There's some stuff that was on the space station that we have made there that we are using nowadays, but I forget what it was. And a lot in the government, I think it was
Stuff like
Britain
memory
that-
foam was a NASA invention.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and then our government, we didn't create the internet. I think it was Britain that was the first ones to create that.
Yeah.
To create
No,
the
it was the-
computer.
It was a British man. I've forgotten his name.
Alan Turing.
No. I know I think you're thinking of Tim Berners-Lee, who invented the World Wide Web. And,
Yeah.
Computer was Alan Turing. For internet, it was someone else. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, it was the it was the British that did that, but the American public, our government didn't release it to the American public till like a lot later or something like that. That was an art invention though, so I shouldn't be using that as an example.
You didn't let me finish my statement.
You go.
I just feel uneasy about military drones because being a flight simulator pilot, I feel like it really undermines human instincts and capability.
How?
What? I mean, the whole purpose of the current military is after two build troops and people into those mindless killers. Well, not necessarily mindless, but they are moderated just like the drones will be. You know, you have to remove those human instincts in the humans so that they can actually fight a war. You know, in life and death situations, you want your troops not to run away from the enemy, to follow your orders, to kill other humans.
Yeah.
Run away!
That's not what I meant. There are some things that a human can pick up as a sense of danger that a robot cannot.
But the robots have joysticks, and you can have a drone driven by a human
Who then recognizes a sense of danger.
Yeah.
I'm just all I'm saying is I'm not going to go into it more. It's not something that's
You just don't like it. Yeah.
Plus, okay, maybe one last thing. I am just waiting for some terrorists to hack into those drones and turn them against us.
Well, yeah,
No.
there might be a terrorist group that might get the drones and stuff like that. But
We have our...
Well, it's not even
more-
that. Like, it's not just a small terrorist group, but on a military scale, there is potential, a huge vulnerability in the sense that, yeah, troops can't be hacked. They could be bought out, perhaps. They can have, you know, their own difficulties and loyalties, but generally speaking, you can't just flip a computer switch and turn all the troops to your side. Whereas with drones, it's a different story. It is quite a liability that our modern society is going to be built upon computers, and our weapons are going to be using computers.
Right, but then you need
our weapons are
on
already
the other
using
side
your technology,
who
though.
are skilled enough to hack into these drones.
Yeah, the situation with drones, at least, is that also they are all powered. Well, they're controlled at a distance wirelessly, and they may have software compatibility in terms of hardware. So, you know, people can hijack the signals to disrupt your ability to communicate with the drone. They don't need to just hack your computer at home. They can hack the thing in the air. There's a lot more liabilities than just a human operator in those regards.
Yes.
But even then, you need someone who can hack into the software on that drone that it will have, but presumably you'd have some very sophisticated kind of prevention against that. Like either a very complicated language, you invent a completely new language specifically for the military that then terrorists or whoever then spend ages and putting loads of money into it trying to try to crack into this specifically made computer language for...
There's a whole new aspect of warfare that potentially could develop, is how I address it here, saying, yes, there's a lot of potential to use electronic things to make drones that shoot from afar, to automate gun turrets and tanks and whatever else you want to do to make it more than human, make it computer-like, to have a huge advantage that computers have over humans. The problem with that kind of new level of electronic warfare is electronics also have their own weapons race to be fought. That, yeah, there's encryptions and there's the code makers and the code breakers, and both of them are working really hard to undo each other's work, and it's a constant war. Currently, it's hard to say, it's hard to predict, but if you think about computer viruses and computer things out there, there is a lot of problems with trying to keep things secure. Like, these drones will be operated by humans, and there will always be the human error, and the weakest part of the computer system will be the human. A hardware access is almost impossible. We have no way of stopping that. If a guy puts it, if your tank is updated or has any USB interface, then someone with sufficient skills and electronic prowess can stick in a USB into the tank and hijack it to be his own. You know, however fancy you make your encryption to get into the software, if there's a way to bypass it like manual access, then As long as you get one spy with a USB stick to somehow interact with the US Navy central server, he can infect all of their units and instantaneously make them all go on a blooming rampage. The potential for one person in an electronic warfare situation is huge, and we have to be aware of the consequences.
Why would we put just a USB port on our drones?
Well, I'm
No,
not saying
he's talking
USB.
about like for the computer device. For the
Oh,
computer.
okay.
The thing is that you have to try and communicate with the software that, you have to put inputs, and often there is a manual override or a manual backup that you don't always want to rely on things wirelessly, and doing things wirelessly has its own liabilities. So
Yeah, I see.
someone can pretend to be a wireless thing, but at least then you can do codes and encryption and stuff. The situation is, though, that you'll have a lot more vulnerabilities in an electronic warfare situation, and that is something the United States, I don't know if, the United States could certainly win, or at least put a lot of money towards an arms race for electronic warfare, getting the best stuff to hack other people's stuff and to make sure their stuff isn't hacked. But you never know. What was the program that was used against Iran and their nuclear spinners, the spinners for in their nuclear prototype program?
I have no idea.
You're talking to the wrong kind of people. We're not cultured enough.
Yeah,
I
there
was young during that time. I didn't really pay attention.
Yeah.
I didn't expect this conversation to take such a radical turn.
Yeah. This is the aftermath. It's a randomness.
Well, I would just like to ask, what is the game that's being played on the very left?
Faster than light, if I remember right.
Yes, it is.
It's pronounced
FTL.
Hey, A&Y,
Yes.
have you ever been to Oktoberfest?
Nope.
How long of a drive is that for you?
If you did.
I believe, at least from my own old hometown, it was about 5 hours or something, but why would I want to go there, seriously? I can drink beer whenever I want, how much I want, far cheaper, without an annoying, loud, stinking crowd around me in an expensive city with, I don't know, it sucks. Why should I go there?
Have you ever seen the YouTube video Cubies? Let's go to Oktoberfest.
Doesn't ring a bell, so probably not.
If it was probably, if you probably asked my friend, it'd probably be because you go there for the experience of the Oktoberfest. It's the largest fair in the world. Yeah, it is. But you, like my friend says, you go there for the experience. You know everything's expensive, everything is overpriced and all that stuff. It's probably not going to be that's fun as a lot of people make it out to be, but you go there because you say you've been there. That's what my friend says. I convinced my friend to going to, me and my friend, we've been going to a lot of small cons around my area, and we decided last year to go BronyCon because it's the biggest con of bronies, so we might as well see how it was. It was okay. Not as good as I would say for 2012's BronyCon, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have that many guests.
But at least with BronyCon, you have any interest in the event itself. I don't have any interest in Oktoberfest. None at all. I don't like the traditional wear, I don't like crowds, I don't like spending a lot of money, and beer, as okay as it is, I like to enjoy in private, or at least in a small group of friends, or in a disco, but just sitting there, drinking, looking stupid, not my thing.
Beer con
and
2014.
And that's completely fine.
Yeah.
That is completely fine.
Okay, several things. I'm not much of a con person, but here's the other thing. I found out what the name of the thing is again. It's called Stuxnet. I've posted in the live stream chat the Wikipedia link if any of you guys are interested. But it is a is a high-level hacking weapon used against Iran's centrifuges and is one of the most intelligent computer hacking programs we've ever found. And the only reason we found it was because it was too successful in its attempts. This thing is very sophisticated. I think it had, what was it, like 3 or 4 hitherto unknown vulnerabilities in Windows software. There's like 12 or so, and this one had 3 or 4 of them. And what it did was it sat dormant on their computers for a month or 2, reading all the data of all their systems, and then it took over the system and pretended, using the data to operate normally. That it pretended like everything was operating normally, but what it would do was it would slowly, it would change the numbers so that it would destroy spinners, nuclear spinners, centrifuges used to generate higher massed uranium and plutonium and stuff for nuclear power, as Iran claims. And
wait a minute, was it Iran or was it United
Iran.
States? It was
we don't
Iran
know.
that made this?
We don't know who's. It was used on Iran. We presume the biggest candidate would be United States. They have the most militant nature and have the biggest thing against people having nuclear weapons.
We
and
do have
capability to develop something like this.
We do have
on the news,
about 20
didn't
times
see
the
it.
budget of the
I
next
saw anything.
12 countries.
Yeah. So Stuxnet is a really powerful piece of kit using hitherto unknown things that have never been thought of before to break into a computer to pretend that everything's normal, but in the meantime also destroy all your equipment over a 3-month process in an incredibly elaborate and complicated scheme. This is only the first cyber weapon that has really been discovered that has been developed probably by a country to be used on another country. And the best thing is you can do it. We don't know who the perpetrator is. You can't trace it back easily to the person who did this. If warfare breaks out and a country has a lot of capability in hacking technology, be prepared for everything connected to a computer or using computers to suddenly just crash and burn.
Mm-hmm. That's why I also think it's going to be crazy too if we actually do chemical warfare too, because there's a ton of countries that have
That's
chemical.
illegal.
It's illegal, but do countries still do that?
It's not going to stop people.
Countries
if it's
still
illegal.
probably do that. It's even though it's illegal. Even though it's illegal, even if we say, hey, everybody's not allowed to have a nuke. Everybody's going to have at least one nuke.
Well, if murder's illegal, you do that a lot in warfare, don't you?
Yeah.
In warfare, the situation is there is the Treaty of Versailles, stuff like that. That we have agreed generally on how warfare is to be fought, and if you break those rules, if you lose, generally speaking, you are going to be held up as a war criminal and have huge charges put against you. That's if other countries can actually pull you into court and can force those things on you.
Yeah.
There is, of course, also, even if you aren't even pulled into court and they can prove it, other countries can still do, you'll have a lot of bad press, a lot of bad relations with all the countries who are under these agreements, generally speaking, if you break it, that, you will have trade embargoes put on you, and everyone will be aware that you are a crazed psychopath, and they're not really going to deal with you. So there's a lot of political implications of using those weapons. The thing with hacking, at least, compared to chemical weapons, is like chemical weapons, there's a lot more of it. You could trace them back a lot more. It's a physical object. It must have been fired from a missile bunker. Electronic sensors and radars have recording history, and they can find out what direction it's flying from and where it was last seen. You can trace back a big missile flying somewhere, and you can find out who has this capability to launch that missile. With electronic warfare, the capability to trace things back is ridiculously reduced. I mean, unless you leave your address in the hacking code, it's just a program. It's just a series of ones and zeros.
Yes.
It may be coded in something that's not, but most things are coded like a Microsoft or made for Windows.
I had a
Or
terrible
specialized things.
nightmare. I think I saw a bunch of ones and zeros, and I think I saw a 3.
Yeah. Yeah, the situation though is that the potential to wage silent warfare without people finding out you're being aggressive on others is incredibly strong. The only thing to be said that is really worries, why countries might be scared about even unleashing electronic weapons is once they're unleashed, how do you control them? They're a bit like a virus or a disease. If they are given a very good, strong method of spreading, they'll spread back to the person who uses them. A chemical weapon, the chemicals disperse and, it's not big of a problem. But if you it's a bit like unleashing, a hyper virus on the world. If you unleash a hyper virus, yeah, the majority of the country you're attacking is going to be ill. But, people travel with planes and stuff, and in the end, how are you going to stop yourself becoming ill or your allies becoming ill? Everyone's going to be a bit upset if they find out you released the mega Ebola virus.
Yes.
At least with computers, though, they can't trace it back. But
I know.
You can't be traced back, but there's still the risk that you have to find a way to stop your own program from hurting your own people.
Is it just me who thinks the whole aftermath about all the movie series and novels who all kind of depict the different horror scenarios you guys pictured?
Yeah.
A lot of them do try and, relate that, and it is very scary. It's very hard to necessarily keep a balanced view on it. The potential is there, and if someone's suitably crazy, they will have the ability to do that kind of stuff. The question is, will anyone do that stuff, and will it ever come down to that?
Hey, A&Y, when did you first learn English, and how long did it take you?
I started learning it in 5th class. I was rather horrible at it until 11th class when I moved to, when I visited friends of my parents in America for 1.5 months. Those 1.5 months did not really make me learn English, but they made me start actively using the language outside of the classroom. And once you start using it in day-by-day routine, because I was in a family nobody understood German, so I had to speak English. The rest came by itself. Then I started watching movies and series more and more frequently in English, and then thanks to my apprenticeship I had to use English in regards to my job as well. So I kept using it, and then eventually I started doing videos, making videos.
I can never see. I took Chinese for 1 year. I know it was just 1 year, and I still remember a few things, but a lot of it didn't stick to me.
Well, Chinese is one of the hardest languages. Determining on which language in China you use, Chinese is the hardest. It can be Mandarin. It's Mandarin, if I remember right. Mandarin is the hardest language, one of the hardest languages you can ever learn in the world because of how it is. Yeah, I will agree with Biter, though. I have a friend that lived in Germany for a very long time, and he is very fluent in German. He actually, this is the funny thing, he actually corrects his stepfather a lot because his stepfather's from Germany, but I'm noticing that if you lived in the country that speaks your language, you're less likely to know the language because you're so used to it.
The reason I asked A&Y the reason why I asked A&Y is because with the large impact that the United States and Britain have or had on the world, I don't know, but I wonder if in certain countries it is required to learn English.
Probably because we are the most dominant factor in the whole entire world, and we are the most influential. Till China actually becomes till China becomes rich and more power and more influential, like the rest of the world. To the rest of the world, we're not going to see that much. The only thing they have influence right now is on movies because they can. That's the reason why a second movie of The Last Airbender is coming out because it was China's fault, or like Dragon Ball Z or something like that. It's because China they really liked the Last Airbender movie, so and they made us a bunch of money, so we should make another one for them.
Why can't we be friends? I mean, China is one of the richest cultures in the world. I mean, not rich as in wealthy, but, well, yeah, maybe too. But,
Because we won't stop borrowing money from them.
No, it's not that. It's because they have a rich culture, but it's because it's because America doesn't like communism that much, and China's communism. So blah 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 blah. That's the reason why.
why do we care about communism anymore? It's not a threat to the world.
Because it's still there.
Because some reason people did not like communism. I think the main reason why people didn't like communism is because in Russia, them trying to make communism caused them to kill the czars, which a lot of people, which were related to Britain and a lot of other European countries at the time, causing a negative look on communism, causing in stuff like that. And communism it was probably going to be okay till somebody corrupted it. That's the second part. Unless you get a corrupted person, they did get a corrupted person in there, and as soon as you get that, a lot of people just don't like it. Also, North Korea. That's another problem. That's another example why people don't like communism, because
North Korea is a lot more unstable than China.
Yeah, I'm not.
No, I don't think that's it, though, dude. I mean, there was a whole Cold War of capitalism versus communism, and it wasn't just because the leaders were killed in Russia that scared the entirety of the West into this huge cultural war. I mean, lots of rebellions have the leaders run off or killed to be replaced by new ones. That isn't. I don't think that's a strong enough argument.
Well, yeah. What I mean is that the impact of it, because of Europe was, all the royalty was inbred so much and all that. What I mean is that it was a great culture shock and stuff like that because of that. And they kind of had it didn't create all of it, but it helped it a little bit.
My personal argument is just generally speaking, The situation was that communism was a new and upcoming potential philosophy on ordaining society, and it had a lot of sway with people. In the same way that a lot of people took sway with democracy and with governments over monarchies, the idea takes hold and sway over a lot of countries and people that at the time the communist parties were on the rise. This was the time of change of, all these new. The last few hundred years have been unprecedented amount of times of change and innovation in humanity, and one of those was throwing out our old monarchy system in place of democracy, and that was generally speaking adopted by a huge number of countries. And with communism, it was a similar kind of spread of ideology. That the communists weren't just a different way of governing, they were also wanting to conquer, a lot of Europe and stuff. That was the worries of Europeans, that the Russians, like with their satellite states, wanted to impose this, what they thought was a superior form of governance onto everyone else. So they were going to try and take over the rest of Europe and give them their own puppet governments who were communist in a new communist system because they thought it was better for everyone. I don't know if this is how much it's war. There was a lot of warmongering on the side of the communists and a lot of being worried on the side of the democracies. I don't know necessarily the democracies planned to fight. They didn't. I don't know how much we planned to invade communist countries and make them democratic. But, the whole point of the Vietnam War, the wars in North and South Korea, and so on and so forth, was we didn't want communism to spread. They wanted communism to spread. We wanted to stop them. They wanted to get stronger. There's that huge, and, it's just two sides at war with one another. One wants to get bigger, and one wants them not to. And I think the current situation with America and communism is that's probably still part of the Cold War. Is kind of the history we have with communism. That we've always been fighting it tooth and nail. We haven't, and we don't really like it. We're opposed to communists because we don't want them to have a ground to stand on. It's forming two camps, and dissolving those two camps is really, really, really hard. Even though the democracies have won and the communists have slowly degraded and fallen apart and are now adopting more of our stuff. There's still two camps, or at least a lot of people still think of it as two camps, and breaking that down is a hard cookie to do.
Speaking of the Cold War, A&Y, which side of Germany were you born on?
Wait a minute. Bye, also, Jacob said bye, so let's see.
Bye, Jacob.
Bye, Jacob.
Well, he's gone.
Yeah.
West Germany.
I thought so. Do you know anyone from East Germany?
I guess it's the corners, the borders are open for nearly my whole life, so I never really lived the separation or experienced it as an actual event.
Okay.
Was it as bad as everyone in the textbooks are leading it to be?
Once again, I am not this old, so I'd never really lived it. I was, I don't know, 7 or 8 years old when the borders came down, so I had no idea. My closest experience to how it has been to live in the East is the movie Goodbye Lenin, which is an interesting movie, but it's still a fiction, so...
Yeah.
You probably need to talk to somebody older and who lived on the other side of the Berlin Wall.
Got it.
So how old are you anyway, Andy, if that's okay?
29.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
No
Hey,
problem.
you're just a year older than the guy that does Shine Yumber's voice.
Yay!
I think you're 10 years older than me. When's your birthday?
And he's like 9 years older than me because I'm like 20.
When's your birthday,
Birthdays.
and why?
I believe so far I was able to keep my birthday a secret, but it's September the 1st.
Yeah, okay.
Mine's August 4th, so yeah, you're about 10 years older than me.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, thanks. I was playing the first case of My Little Investigations.
Don't know what that is. What is it?
It's a fan game that came out after 3.5 years of development. Basically, the gameplay, just like the one in Investigations, a spin-off Ace Attorney game.
Ah, okay. I don't really know too much about that. Okay.
Let me try and start a topic. Let me think. The first thing that comes to mind, probably because, well, I've been thinking about it recently, and ANY's on here, is civilization. And I know we've been talking about real-life civilization, but how about we talk about ancient civilizations? What's our favorite? I had a DeviantArt poll on this once. A lot of people seem to like Japan.
Ancient civilizations? I don't know.
Like Rome, Greece,
I know.
Egypt.
Well, I not just noticed, overanalysis is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, over-analysis left.
I really
Left a while ago.
I really wanted to talk to him, but by what he left in the group chats, I feel sorry that we didn't include him.
Well, it happens, man. It's.
Well, you and Biter go on and on about everything.
Well, yeah, because we like to talk about random subjects, and this is Aftermath, which is randomness.
But you barely leave any breathing room for the rest of us. No offense.
Yeah, and that's why I try to that's why I try to get my stuff in there, because me and Biter, we keep on talking and stuff like that, and we don't mind if you have to, like with a lot of conversations, you have to get up there and get in your voice, and you might have to, whenever there's like a pause or something like that, you might have to get your voice in there real quick and get your opinion there. Because if you stay...
It's like what over announcer said. He said he like had no opinion on the stuff you guys were talking about.
Yeah, and that's why if I don't have an opinion on it, I sit back and I just wait till till you guys start talking about something that I'm able to talk about.
Yep, that's what I do.
And that's why I've done beforehand and in multiple aftermaths, because that, like last week's Aftermath, I didn't really have too much of an opinion on it, and Biter was saying all the stuff that I was said, so I just sit back and watch them talk about it.
I'm just saying, and for some reason in the group chat, it didn't say that over-analysis left for some reason.
It does. Over-analysis, yeah, Alien left group chat. It says...
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was looking at the Jacob Dickens left group chat.
Yes.
Okay.
So, back on the ancient civilizations thing, does anyone have any... Well, I know this is really narrow, but does anyone have any opinions on ancient Egypt? I mean, I just recently watched The Mummy and the Scorpion.
Let's see here. The only thing about ancient Egypt I know about is from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh yes, that got me in there. That got me there in the first place.
And I thought my sources were interesting for knowledge.
Yeah. Are you into Yu-Gi-Oh! ANY?
Nope. Never really got there. No particular reason. It just didn't happen.
What's your favorite anime then, if you have any?
Whew, good question. I love Death Note very much, at least the first season. Second season was still okay, but it wasn't a different level. It couldn't reach the epicness of the first one. Other anime I really, really adore.
Yeah, I heard Death Note wasn't that big. That the second season wasn't good.
Yeah. Yeah, things. The balance was they changed stuff. I don't want to spoil anything. They changed stuff massively after, I believe, the first 22 episodes, or when the first season ended. And for the second season, it didn't felt like the first. So, and there was something missing in the whole thing, how they approached everything. But yeah, other anime.
Hey, Biter, have you ever seen Hellsing?
No. I have seen Death Note. I tried to watch the first few episodes or so of it. I didn't particularly like the way it handled its premise. It was sort of the thing that I was interested in the premise, interested in the interactions of the main guy and the Death Note person. But then when they tried to introduce the whole policeman fighting back and there's this other mysterious dude doing things, I was just like, if I was a mysterious dude in this kind of situation, the posturing he did doesn't really make sense. And I just couldn't get past
Hellsing or Death Note?
I was talking about Death Note. I haven't seen Hellsing.
It takes place in Britain. It's about vampires.
You have to have an opinion because it's in Britain.
What?
Apparently so.
Yeah.
The last anime I watched was the Gregory Horror Show, and that was like 6 months ago, because I'm not into anime like I used to as a kid.
Yeah, speaking of Hellsing, No Whacking does the voice for Sarah's Victoria on the abridged version of the Ultimate Helsing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I really hope that if Vinyl Scratch gets a voice in the next Equestria Girls movie, that it's a lot like
She doesn't.
No Lackings.
She
That'd be-
doesn't.
I'm gonna laugh.
She communicates via texts. That's how she talks.
Okay, let's hope it stays that way.
That'd be. I would actually. I'm going. That's if that's true. I'm gonna laugh with that. I'm
But
gonna
it
laugh
was
so
it
hard.
was in the book at least. They might just not give her a voice at all.
That's gonna be funny if it does.
Man, where can I find these books? Maybe I'm not looking in the right spot, and I'm barely looking
You
at
can
all.
look them up on the Amazon.
I can't buy it.
I buy almost all my stuff from Amazon.com.
Just like type in MLP books and you'll find a lot of stuff on Amazon, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
It depends. Which book are you looking for?
I'm not looking for any of them right now. I didn't think that. I didn't have my priorities with the books. I have my priorities with the TV show. But apparently, a lot of good stuff as far as world building and the plot outside of the show are in the comics and the books.
More so the comics, from what I've heard at least. The books haven't got that good response. I think the most that's really come out of the books is that it gives Cadence's backstory, which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, so not a whole lot of people trust
Yeah,
it.
was she around during the time of Sombra?
What did you say, sorry?
What was she around during the time of Sombra?
Oh no, her backstory is something like she was a Pegasus who was abandoned and adopted and raised by Earth ponies, and then she somehow managed to defeat some creature who used, like, who took away love from this small village that she lived in, and she defeated them with magic even though she wasn't a unicorn, and so then she became an alicorn. That's her backstory.
And like,
sure it
use
was
mind
the spirit.
control on the mind control dude.
What? Do it?
Yeah, you already done it.
I was
As
just
a-
making a joke.
You should have spent your scrap, by the way, on your engines, and then actually have a use for your battery to give you a little more juice.
Oh yeah, and I forget that I have this battery. It's too much micromanagement for me.
As I was about to say,
Tell me that's
I
the
own.
enemy ship that's being destroyed.
What is?
What?
What? Tell
You-
me that that's the enemy ship that's being destroyed.
Yeah, it is on the right side. This is the final boss.
cool.
It's third form. Even though
Okay.
This is not my
I
fun
was-
form.
Quick, someone play
As
some
I was-
final boss music.
Let's let Zach
I was,
talk.
Okay,
I was about to say, I own every issue of the comics. That's all I wanted to say. Well,
oh come on again.
even
Oh,
even
yeah.
even the crappy Equestria Girls comic.
Yeah, the Equestria.
wasn't that like 15 bucks at one point?
That was. Oh, let me check. Because it's right there.
I checked it, and
think
when
it
like
was-
somebody's video said it was like 15 bucks to buy.
Yeah, I think that was Voice of Reason that said that.
But it was about 50 pages, whereas a regular comic is only about 10 to 15, kind of. Yeah. So it was long.
And I also heard that it wasn't that good.
It wasn't terrible.
I don't care.
but
Well, it didn't really say, but I think I paid mine for about $10 or $11.
It didn't do that much, but it was okay, I guess.
Yay!
The
Sorry.
thing is like if it's 50 pages, that's like of a comic.
Mm-hmm.
It's just crazy though. That's like tons and tons of that's like 5 comics into one book, into one thing.
But it's just like reading a full issue comic arc.
Yeah,
so
but
in this
that's
video-
the thing though. If that's pretty bad. Like if one comic out of the arc is bad, is not as good, is okay. That's okay.
No, but the comic arcs, the longer comic
But
arcs
when there's
have been considered the best out of all of the comics. So they
yeah,
just
I
did
know,
it all in
but
one.
The longest for arcs we've ever gotten is
no, I'm
4
not.
issues.
I'm not saying that the longest comic arcs are bad. I'm saying like if you have that's like 5 comic arcs and it's just and it didn't really do much and wasn't like if I remember right when I was watching a review like weren't they like splitting like pages up into 5 groups?
Well, yeah, they were split up into they had the first 10 pages or so was about Sunset Shimmer, and then the rest of it was split up into what each of the girls did when they first went to Canterlot High.
That why
Because
didn't they?
They could.
That doesn't make sense. Why do we talk about something that we kind of figured out then?
But they haven't shown it before, so why not?
Yeah, but the thing is that even though like it's kind of like how we got the Luna thing, even though it was really nice, the Luna versus Celestia thing, it was really nice and stuff like that, but it just
Luna versus Celestia thing? What?
like in the first season, in the 4th season opener.
Oh right, okay.
Alright, I'm on the count now. It says, written by Katie Cook, pages 1 through 8, and Ted Anderson. So it's like, Katie Cook worked on the first 8 pages and...
Which were the Sunset Shimmer one, yeah.
Yeah. See, that's the thing though. We don't really there's some things you just don't need to show sometimes.
Well, you don't need a lot of the comics. You can argue that we don't need a lot of what happens in the show, but they do it because it's entertainment.
Yes, it's entertainment. It's nice and stuff like that. But the thing is that there's certain things you don't need to show.
How
And
many
that's
of the
the reason why I
comics
go with this is because it helps a fandom more if you don't show everything. That's why plus if you show something, you have to show something new during that show.
But they did so new. During the comics, at least.
What was the thing they showed
How
new?
many of the comics?
They because we didn't know what it was like when
No,
they first went to the school.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about if you show something like in the Luna versus Celestia fight, they showed pretty much all of it and stuff like that. They showed when Luna transformed. They showed the fight. They showed everything. They didn't give us like a like Luna didn't come in as Nightmare Moon. She was there. She became Nightmare Moon and stuff like that. We didn't really.
I don't mean any disrespect, but this is coming off awfully like, it didn't fit my headcanon, so it's bad.
I don't think he's saying that though, and I'll try and...
I don't have a headcanon for any of this.
Can I try and describe it? Like, the situation was that originally we had a vague idea that, Nightmare Moon had probably fought with Celestia or something, probably. We don't know about that, but, something happened and then Celestia chose to banish her to the moon. And, we had that vague semblance. There's a lot of potential there for, twists, for turns, for new information to be added to the pile. I would say for Princess Twilight Sparkle, it leaves very little wiggle room if we think these historical depictions look, they could of course all be fiction, but what's the point in that? But assuming that they're just depictions of the past, it shows the entire Nightmare Moon arc thing. Like if you just show in detail, her transformation and have a slight twist what we knew before, then that's something interesting, something new. There's some reason for it. You can have a reason for it to be there if that something new has a point to play in the story.
Right, yeah.
What happened was that it covered all of the thing, and the basic plot points are what one could have already told from the basic summary at the beginning. So no real new information's being given, just, we now know the information that we already knew was accurate and there's really not anything else to the story. It's closing up the doors without really expanding them to
Yeah,
make
yeah.
them better doors.
I get what you mean. That is an issue with that scene that
That's
they didn't. It
that's
kind of
and that's
didn't
why I
serve its
say
purpose. Right. I see what you mean. Yeah.
yeah, and that's why I say with the Karen lot, with the probably with that book right there, they probably could have helped us with at least Flash Sentry or Sunset Shimmer or something like that. They could have actually brought them out into characters instead of like in the movie, like they're just cardboard cutouts. Like Flash Sentry is a cardboard cutout, and it could have gave him more of a personality. They could have gone more in depth why she was doing, like Sunset Shimmer was doing this and stuff like that, instead of being the average villain that she was, just like the average school villain and stuff like that.
I mean, the difficulty was, with Sunset Shimmer, she's just being the antagonist. There isn't much of a commentary on her. I think, if she was just the antagonist, she's just a bad girl, and at the end she's defeated, hooray, we won. That's okay in a story. It's not exceptional, but if the focus is instead on the main characters, that's fine. The Star Wars original trilogy, the Emperor isn't necessarily a super deep villain, but, he's cackling and he's evil and we want to defeat him.
Yeah.
I think, though, the problem with Equestria Girls, at least at the end, is you've got the Emperor and, you beat him, and at the end he says, I've actually been doing wrong all this time. You have really shown me the errors in my ways. And it's sort of out of nowhere, and he's not really a character, and we don't really, that attempt at extra dimension doesn't rub off well because the character hasn't got that dimension to begin with. It's sort of, why should I care about this thing that didn't exist until the last 2 minutes of the movie?
Yeah.
With Flash Sentry, yeah, I mean, if you're going to include a dude, what role is his... any person in the story, what role are they going to play? How much are they there? And, Flash Sentry, I mean, there's not really much of a role for him. He's kind of the everyman nice guy. And that's kind of the most broad streets I could give him. I mean, the flavor they give to this everyman nice guy is he has a very fancy car, is that he has plenty of time to learn doing the guitar, and that the main character rather fancies him. And that rubs me the wrong way. It doesn't mean he's horrible, it just means, he kind of comes across as female wish fulfillment? I don't know what the hell he's supposed to be. Is he supposed to be young girl spank material? What? He just comes across as this perfect dude with everything set in his life and who's just supposed to be this object of desire.
He's supposed to be high school fantasy, and he's available, girls. He's available.
Peter, I believe somebody addressed in his videos the aspect of Marty Stu a few times. Wink, wink.
Yeah. The difficulty is that he doesn't even necessarily exhibit that because he doesn't do anything. The flavors to his character...
That is actually a criteria of a Marty Stu, that he is not really doing anything, that he is just so unbelievably into his perfectness and everything, so...
Yeah. It's just the flavors they give to him, and people expand him and make him bigger. It's like, well, I don't really want to see his big mansion, and for him to tell me that, he has parents who have set him out for life, and he doesn't have to care about school or work or anything, and can just bum around. It's sort of, that's not going to really... What role does he play in the story, other than, just being the Marty Stool? And that's the sort of thing, Sunset Shimmer isn't bad, as an antagonist too much. She doesn't actually do that much. She's just sort of the person who's also in the race for something else, and she's a bit of a meanie head. And she tries all these things because we need conflict in the middle that needs to be instantly resolved. I don't know, she's just not an interesting antagonist because she doesn't really do much of the antagonizing. The whole play sort of she's just a competitor who's not nice, who does a few baddish things. Big whoop. She isn't exactly doing all the, Discord comes in and in the show, and he is the bad guy, and he does all the bad stuff. Sunset Shimmer sort of, she does some bad stuff in the context of some other plot that she didn't even cause in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of undermines her villainousness. That it's sort of the real villain of that thing is just the whole the popularity contest rather than her, and she's just the meanie head on the other side that pulled out arbitrary bullshit magic powers at the end.
Yeah. And they could have probably explained a little bit more on certain things. They could have explained more of the world and why certain things happened. Like, also, how in the world, like, how she knew that the element of harmony brought into human world was able to do stuff like that.
Well, what I think, what you were describing originally, which I got a little bit off topic about, was a sense of emptiness, and that's sort of true. That Chrysalis and Discord and even like Nightmare Moon kind of owned the stories they were in. Like, the problems were about them, and they were the ones causing the problems. It was quite they were literally the problem. They were the bad guys, and they filled that role. I mean, with Sunset Shimmer, she doesn't really fill the role properly because she's kind of empty. She's just the bad guy because we need a token bad guy. And with Flash Entry, he's just the dude because we felt we needed the dude. The dude doesn't play a role, a meaningful role that really works for the story.
Yeah.
Since we are kind of talking about Equestria Girls, I'm just going through the comments of earlier I released a reaction video to the third clip for Equestria Girls Rainbow Rocks, and I'm just going through the comments, and it's amazing. I barely have seen the fandom unite so much in disliking something. This is Mayor Do Well agreement of dislike. It's really amazing. So
I haven't seen the only the first two thus far.
Yeah, I believe it came out yesterday, so it's rather recent. But
has anyone come to the conclusion that we're jumping to conclusions?
I heard this before. A certain other fan base is jumping to conclusions, and that's the Sonic fan base.
Well, we're also saying things. We also have said stuff in our fandom that don't knock it till you actually watch it, and that was about 2012 when we were preaching that to other people. Then I think
I'm just saying, people were complaining that Sonic has green eyes.
Design decision. That's the equivalent of the Sonic fandom complaining that Sonic has green eyes. The equivalent of us complaining about the designs of the Equestria Girls characters. If a Sonic game looks terrible to play and people complain about it being terrible, then yes, they have every right to complain about it being a terrible game. This looks bad. So I think
the Equestria Girls aesthetics isn't.
It's
the Equestria Girls aesthetics aren't on the level of eye color. There's a much more division about that. People are put off by the aesthetics, myself included. Whereas, the eye color isn't as strong, isn't as important in aesthetics.
It's kind of like how people are going crazy because Vinyl Scratch didn't have red eyes.
I'll post something in the group chat that I gotta show you. That's this one Brony animator on DeviantArt and YouTube had this hilarious picture.
I think, as ever, the purposes of the shorts are to give us an impression, and the impression they're supposed to give, we can talk about. But of course, the impression might be wrong. It might be deceitful. The impression we might also come up with our own impressions, and those, of course, might be true of the show, and they're, of course, pure speculation. It's a bit like the original. It's a bit like the original trailers for Equestria Girls. We saw it and was like, oh, this is a generic school time, humanification, and it was a generic school time humanification.
I was just saying the trailers, the conclusions we jumped to with the trailers were actually accurate, but in this particular case we are talking about, not about trailers, which are always kind of making it look in the way
Trailers are
they
from the
intended.
show itself, generally speaking, and they're trying to reflect the general direction of the narrative in a way.
And in this case, the third one, oh fuck, the writing is just no. I mean, the second...
That was a Josh Haber wrote that one, in case anyone's wondering.
Anyway, I just posted the link. So
Okay.
check it out. It's
why-
hilarious. There's a little bit of reading, but
I knew this is the guy I was thinking about.
If it was
Haven't
Josh
tried
Haber,
it.
I'm not surprised it sucked in terms of writing.
Yeah, it's bad. The thing that
Got the first two to speak from, but even then, like, I don't know, like, compared to the original trailer, the trailers for Equestria Girls, like, the original trailers for Equestria Girls, they were showing us some really bad stuff, and they were unapologetic about it. They didn't even seem to think, hey, this actually might give people a terrible impression about this, because it seemed to me with the original trailers for Equestria Girls, they were just going for the young girls demographic, and they didn't care. These shorts, they do show that they sort of are trying something a little bit different. The trailers, at least the first two I've seen, like, they are trying to sell a bit more to, a season 4 watching demographic. It's trying to go for those same types of story tropes. The only thing is that I'm not necessarily... there's still the story problems, even in a mini episode, that are in those shorts that really hurt, that show, okay, whilst they are not as brain dead as they were before, they're still just as brain dead as season 3 and season 4, and as Equestria Girls, and, I'm not going to be competent at the writing ability and style is going to be any improved.
Hey Max, look at this funny comic as well from the same guy.
yeah,
probably you've already seen it.
yeah, there's a bunch of things. Even the funny thing is 4chan and the /MLP/ group said it's probably going to be like The Room, and they can't wait for it because they're going to bash it so badly, and it's going to be so funny to watch that it's going to be that bad. It's going to be so bad that's The Room.
Well, I'm looking forward to it because I know it might not be the greatest thing in the world.
I don't know if I'm looking forward to it, but I enjoy it. Hopefully the prospect of watching it with some of my brainy friends and just riffing on it as we're watching through, because it's such great riff material.
Yes.
They at least they don't do ridiculously boring, they just do ridiculously stupid. What did you guys think, though, of the original first two trailers? On that I can comment a bit more about.
I loved the music to my ears short.
I think the vinyl one was a lot better than the Rainbow
You love the what now?
with the Rainbow Dash one being utterly terrible and the vinyl one being okay.
The vinyl one, I will agree, was actually okay. The Rainbow Dash was lower than okay. Then the Fluttershy one, oh my gosh, I just don't want
There's
this.
a Fluttershy one now?
The Fluttershy one was even worse.
Yeah, that's the third one.
Oh god, it was terrible.
The first one? You mean the one with the preview to supposedly the theme of the theme song of the movie?
Don't know.
Wait, what one?
I'm thinking of the trailer.
What, the trailer when they had...
Oh yeah, the trailer.
Yeah.
First trailer
That song had one line of lyrics repeated over and over again. Are
with
they
the Shake Your
serious?
Tail song. But it's not just
buy
those
your
lines,
toys,
but-
buy your toys, buy your toys, buy your toys, buy your toys.
You done with
Merchandising. It's all about it.
Are you done with FTL, ANY?
I would definitely buy
Yeah,
that.
for the moment.
Equestria Girls, the Flame!
The kids will love this.
Okay, what were you saying, Butter?
I was saying, are you done with FTL, ANY? We got 2 biters now on the thing.
Yeah, no, I'm wondering which game to play next, and then I will screen share again so we can be...
Okay. Yeah, you unlock the second pass Bruges, not too bad.
It's actually, to me, quite funny. There are 2 biters.
I will say, okay, before it's too forgotten, yeah, the Vinyl Scratch one was sort of, it was a slightly more competent one because for a short mini story, I thought the first one tried too much, and it really sort of showed their kind of, you know, like if you, yeah, the one with Rainbow Dash, like a lot of shorts I see, they always like really simple stories. You know, you've only got a few minutes, so keep it simple. Don't talk too much to the audience about what's going on. Don't try anything too complex. And that one, whilst it was not too much going on, there was still a lot of kid exposition and like Rainbow Dash going through a kind of, oh, I wanted the flashy thing. Oh, look, I found this one which is much better, and I transform, and Trixie has to pay.
Yeah, how does that even work? The transformations. How is that going to work?
I was saying the first one tried too much, and it had like too much kid exposition for a short. Like if you want a short story, just, you know, you have to rely on your audience's competence. You don't need to explain everything to them. And with the Vinyl Scratch one though, it had of course the nice gimmick of her walking along and everything being, I don't know, electronic dubsteppy, going along with the musiciness. And that was a kind of it. That was a nice gimmick. That's kind of more appropriate for a short story.
Yeah.
The only thing is that I think it's still too long. Like it's 3.5 minutes of her walking along. Like, you know, the gimmick is good for 1 and 2 minutes, and the scope of the gimmick isn't very well applied. Like Mage described it being similar to, you know, walking down the street and feeling like things are going along with the music, but what's going on literally is obviously far, far, far beyond that. Like everything in it is so over the top and ridiculous, you know, that just it doesn't really relate to me on that level. It's just there's music and things are going along with it, and it's just this world is crazy, and that's kind of, it just goes on for too long for me, and the scope it goes for isn't too focused. If it went for one feeling, with one concise feeling for this little short, it would be a lot more concise and efficient. But as it is, it's just big and flabby.
On the subject of 2 biters, which was a while ago, but back on the subject of duplicates, ANY, you have got to give us some sort of chat handshake to let us know that you're you, because the last CBD, there were too many imposters.
Not the real ANY.
I have no idea how to do this, because I like being confused for an imposter, so...
Yay, play an awesome game.
Well, yeah, the last game was an awesome game, but this game's awesome too.
So yeah, I kind of like the vinyl one, but it's still got the problems that Season 4 has shown in abundance, that, you know, you've got a gimmick, but they don't know how to play it properly. Like, you know, if you've got a good, cool concept, you don't want to do it too much, you don't want to do it too little. And that one did it too much and for too long, and with too little focus.
Yes.
So, from what I saw from the things, like, yeah, they aren't just as stupid as Equestria Girls, they're just as stupid as normal, and I'm just expecting more Equestria Girls / Season 4 level writing, which isn't going to be great.
Yeah.
Hey, Biter and Owen, have either of you heard of the I'm a Toon Link? I don't know how to say his name, but this one YouTuber that makes animations and toy reviews and such. He's from Australia.
Yeah,
His OC is a green Pegasus with a red hat and a white tie.
yes, I've seen his stuff before.
What do you guys think of his stuff?
I don't know it. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
It's... animation's good. It's okay, I guess. Don't really have anything to say on it in detail, to be honest.
Never really seen it either.
Well, that kind of...
I asked, again, I asked just because of British accents. That's
Well, except he's Australian, so...
I know he's
Oh,
Australian, but he has a British accent instead.
No, he
Have
doesn't.
you-
He has an
It
Australian
always
accent.
comes back to the British, doesn't it?
It sounds pretty British to me.
He's Australian. He's quite clearly Australian. He's quite clearly got an Australian
Oh
accent.
boy, now
There's
I give
no
up.
way
What
he
does it
has
sound
a
like?
British accent. Absolutely.
Not enough crikey in order for it to be for me to pick it up as Australian.
He's so deeply or so Australian. Unbelievable.
Welcome to this
Australia.
video where we're arguing about whose accent is this.
He does come across to me as more Australian than English, but I will say that Australian is much more similar to English than like American.
Yeah, it is, but I still.
What did you guys think of? What did you think of his video? A spectacular performance.
I still haven't seen any of his videos.
I don't remember that. I can't remember. I don't know if I've seen that.
Is he as spectacular as the spectacular Spider-Man?
Probably, an impression probably wouldn't be the best. I mean, I was thinking of imitating it out, but that's not
What
gonna work.
what does he do? What is the video?
It's him saying, "I say, good show," and a bunch of his copies showing up, the copies of him, and going, they're repeating it and such, and saying, "What? What? I say, good show. What? 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 I say, what? Good show. What?"
Okay.
Okay. Awkward.
I know, that's why I didn't want to do an impression. You need to see it to make it
You
funny.
didn't need to do an impression. I just asked you what it was like. You didn't have to quote the video.
Well, I was going too far into I just figured, screw it, I'm doing an impression,
You went too
that's
deep.
what I do.
You went too deep.
I know, and in a sense, it was totally worth it.
Do I hear TV in the background?
No, that's
Probably the
probably
game.
my pool filter.
We're gonna rip you apart.
Probably my pool filter.
Okay.
I'm outside. Next
But
door.
you're outside.
Yeah, I'm outside on the porch with a little knife.
Ah.
Okay.
Go
That's why I
outside.
don't know what a little knife is.
On the internet.
Man, I'm still not in zone today because I had like breakfast at like 10:30. I went back to bed and I woke up at 1:30. I was like, you know, it's probably a good idea to join the aftermath after I woke up. Or just woke up.
I'm glad I woke up 30 minutes before it started, otherwise I would have missed it.
And this is why I'm having my Diet Mountain Dew right here to keep me awake.
Yeah. Yeah.
Particle Man, Particle Man.
Yes.
Doing the things a particle can. What's he like? It's not important. Particle Man. Is he a dot or is he a speck? When he's underwater, does he get wet? Or does the water get him instead? Nobody knows. Particle Man.
I want to say that's from a SpongeBob episode.
It's by Here There Be Giants.
Because it sounds like something that would be in SpongeBob.
Oh, great.
Triangle Man, Triangle Man. Triangle Man hates Particle Man. They have a fight. Triangle wins. Triangle Man. That breaks
You know
out
what I
into
said
a-
about derailing when I got into it? I think when you get to the point where you start singing live on a live stream on the internet, that's you've run out of things to say.
Yeah, usually.
Guess I'll just link a game for you guys to play later if you're bored.
Did anybody here seen, I know a lot of people have seen Attack on Titan, we actually had something on Attack on Titan, but has anybody here seen Kill la Kill?
No, not really.
No, because I don't think I've seen it.
Ah, okay.
Like I said, I'm not really up to date on anime, so no.
It's okay.
Oh, it's an anime?
Yeah, Kill la Kill.
but
It's made by the same people that made Fully Cooley and Gurren Lagann.
Oh, God.
it-
Okay, Gurren...
Actually a split off company too. It's its own thing, but it's made by the same people that have influence from those two shows. And Kill la Kill, in my opinion, is a mixture of Fully Cooley and Gurren Lagann. The over-topness of Gurren Lagann and the craziness of Fully Cooley.
I just want to say, even though I haven't seen Attack on Titan, I've seen a Team 4 Stars abridged version of it.
Okay.
So,
I have not.
Ah.
Yes.
Okay, here's the link to that game, and might as well link the soundtrack because it's actually awesome.
Yeah.
And
The thing, since Andy was playing Batman a while ago,
Batman.
has anybody here heard about, anybody want to talk about the new Batman versus Superman movie?
Oh boy, it's been a
that coming up?
from what I heard, it's been a clutter mess behind the scenes.
I've been told that too. And has anybody have any, who else has an opinion on the Batman versus Superman movie?
I'm not big on DC superhero movies. I'm more into Marvel.
Yeah, a lot of people are.
Mm-hmm.
The general consensus is that Marvel makes the better movies, but DC makes the better animated shows.
Yeah.
That's true. That's definitely true.
They always make better cartoons. They do make better cartoons than Marvel. I will agree with that.
Because I heard that the movie The Invincible Iron Man was terrible.
Yeah, anime
cartoons are not great in the slightest.
Yeah, it's pretty much like Marvel doesn't. Whenever it comes, it's like actual thing. Whenever it comes to something real life, it's like they're actually like how the United States looks at cartoons. This is kiddie and this is not for me. When you go to DC,
ANY, how about we watch you play Civilization 5?
I don't know. The problem why I stopped playing Batman was pretty much that the stream is, since I'm also the one streaming, kind of putting a little bit of strains on my...
Yeah, a lot of processing required, I presume. Maybe graphical processing.
I just want to say, I have heard anime movies are pretty good, like Planet Hulk and
yes,
stuff.
they are actually pretty good. They are.
Yay, because the Hulk is like my favorite Marvel superhero.
Well, the reason why is because Hulk is actually a pretty good made character. He's pretty good.
Have like any of you seen the two Hulk movies, one from 2003 and one from 2008?
I've seen the 2008 one. I have seen both of them, but I don't remember the 2003 one.
I've seen parts of the 2003 one, but not the whole thing.
And does Hulk not look good in the 2003 one?
Well, yeah,
The Hulk movies are terrible. Both of them. I don't remember anything from the 2003 one, but I didn't like it.
Actually, when you go critically by critics, they actually has really good ratings if you go by critics.
Well, no,
Because it was
I'm
actually
saying,
made like a comic book movie. That's the reason why that's the reason why you didn't like it, probably because it comes in 12 parts. It's a 12-part. The first one, the 2000.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember the first one. I just remember.
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah, I remember not liking it as a child, so that might be why.
Yeah, because it's actually a comic. It's made like a 12. That's why a lot of critics say this movie is smarter than the people that are watching it because it came in 12 parts. No, or it's just like a comic book. That's why a lot of people are saying and stuff like that. It just didn't catch the audience and stuff like that.
Right.
But the 2000 and what was it, 8 or something?
I think something like that. Yeah.
So that one, that was more made for the mainstream audience and all that stuff. But I do hope that when they make another Hulk movie, when they do make another Hulk movie, that it's actually pretty good. And I hope they go into, my friend, what he told me is right, is that they're going to go into more of the World War Hulk area, which would be awesome if they do that.
They're also going to introduce the leader.
Okay. As I was trying to say before I got interrupted by the phone, I'm saying the design for Hulk in the 2001 doesn't look that good.
Well, yeah, because 2003 is not, because we didn't have very good CGI and stuff like that.
Although I will say this, the video game based off the 2003 one is actually really good.
Yeah, it's considered.
I remember watching my brother play it all the time. Of course, he was using cheats, but it was still a very good story, probably much better than the movie.
What are you talking about? 2003 story is considered critically acclaimed.
Okay, again, I didn't see it, so I don't know.
Yes.
But
I'm saying, but the video game, the reason why people liked it so much is because of how much of Hulk it was. It was like the perfect Hulk game. Like you could do anything the Hulk could do in the game.
From what I remember, I think the game was supposed to take place after the movie, right?
I have no idea.
Well, there was that sphere. There was still that sphere, which was in the movie.
So it probably was during the movie. Like
Well,
any other video game movie ever.
I've got to see the 2003 movie. My credibility is slipping because I haven't seen the movie and I can't make accurate assumptions.
All I know is that it was critically acclaimed, but it was very it's just not very a lot of people liked it. And then the Hulk movie, then the second Hulk movie wasn't critically acclaimed, and a lot of people liked it. It's pretty much like that always.
Yeah, from what I remember from 2003 one, I remember not being very interested in it. I was kind of bored.
Yeah, because of the way the story was made.
Mm.
It wasn't a entertaining movie. It was something. It was done in a different way. Also, a lot of people didn't like it because of how it was. Also, the 2003 movie also connects to the rest of the Marvel movies.
The 2008 one, you mean?
Yeah, it connects to the 2008 one.
The 2008 movie connected to the other.
Also 2003. That's why it does, because that's what they've been, because they took that movie because for some reason they did. That's why he was already Hulk in the very beginning, and they didn't go through his arc automatically because he was already Hulk.
In which movie?
The one in 2008, because he was in 2008 he was already Hulk in the movie, and
they went through the process of them showing how it happened.
Yeah, except it was like very short.
It was like very short. It was like during the title sequence when they were saying, like, when they were having the opening credits, they had like stuff going on, and then it cut away to he was in a different country and X happened.
I thought they had them connected. I was told that they had them connected by somebody, but I guess
the opening of the second Hulk movie pretty much retconned the entire first one.
True. Okay, that makes sense.
I just want to ask, which actor do you prefer to play Bruce Banner? The one from 2008 or the one from the Avengers?
The Avengers, because everybody loves him.
2008 was the Incredible Hulk, right? Not without the stupid dogs.
Yeah, it was the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, I liked him actually.
He's the guy. He was the one from what was the movie?
I know him from somewhere as well.
It's like he has a second. He made himself have a second personality and stuff like that. He was the same person and all that. Forget his name.
Edward Norton.
Yes.
Yeah.
What was the movie that he was in? Fight Club.
Ah! Yes, it was.
Fight Club. And my friend said my friend said he cannot take out the guy from Fight Club when he was watching the movie. One of my other friends, he was like, "That's the guy from Fight Club. It's hard for him to separate the two because he knows him so well."
Wasn't Fight Club the movie Brad Pitt did to get rid of his image because everybody thought of him in a certain way?
Yeah. Also, this is the interesting thing. The guy that's making Fight Club is making a sequel.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know exactly how it's going to be? If you don't want, or if you don't want to get any spoilers, I won't tell you.
I didn't even know that there was a second one. So
there's going to be one. The guy that made Fight Club is going to make a sequel of Fight Club, but it's not. It's going to be made in a way you don't even think it's going to be made.
Pretty much what the first one was. It was also one that totally screwed with everybody's expectation, which was pretty epic.
The reason why is because they put on the wrestling network and all that stuff, and that's the reason why so many people did not like it. Yeah, that was the problem. They had WWA and all that stuff, and they showed it as being a fighting movie, but it was actually an intelligent movie. That's what it was.
I was gonna say something, but it slipped through my mind. I'm trying to remember.
Hey, can you send me a link to that DeviantArt AMY?
Which one?
That one right here.
Oh, yeah. Blah, 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 blah.
It looks interesting.
It's from Fallout Equestria.
I knew that.
So, is there going to be an Incredible Hulk 2?
Yes, there is. There's going to be an Incredible Hulk 2. That's
Sweet.
going to be after Avengers 2. It might, because some executives don't trust Hulk to be in his own movie yet. They don't think Hulk can carry his own movie. That's pretty much the whole entire reason.
But I really liked the
Didn't
first
the
one.
second movie kind of disprove this? Because it worked. It was cool.
Not created.
Wait a minute, which movie? The first one?
No, it's not the one with the poodle.
Wait, which one are you talking about?
It's not what the 2008 one.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It was okay, but it didn't. They still don't see him being able to hold his own movie, and stuff like that, because you can't really have the Hulk on the movie the whole entire time. But a lot of people felt like it was boring during the time, and they wanted to see more Hulk. But you can't have the Hulk there all the time, because then the movie is just Hulk, just that, and there's not really much substance. So critically acclaimed. So when it goes to critics, it doesn't get very good reviews and stuff like that. And all that. In the Avengers movie, though, that's when a lot of people were kind of thinking that the Hulk could actually hold his own movie, though, because of that.
Alright.
It's a hard thing to explain.
One thing I mean, the difficulty with the Hulk, or at least I imagine generally speaking with him, is that once he's the Hulk, he's sort of this raging monster, and there's not necessarily that much, he sometimes has control, sometimes he loses all control, but basically he's kind of a different guy, and even in First Avengers he kind of phrases it as such. And the thing is sort of with the Hulk movies is generally speaking, when the hero is swinging around fighting and doing things, it's because of their own volition and their agency, and it's that person doing it. It's their own choices. With the Hulk, it's a different guy who's pretty invulnerable. So it's always rather difficult, I find. Or the second Hulk movie is so much better than the first, but even the second one just sort of has him agonize about becoming the Hulk. He turns into it and he wins, but it's still this other guy who he can transform to, who's just so different, so strong, so powerful, and just a different mind is won the fight. It's sort of, even for that movie, I didn't necessarily go fully with the conclusion because it wasn't really, he just sort of pressed the button. And that's sort of the thing with the Hulk, you press the button. And that's quite hard. Like for the Avengers, it's quite cool. He presses the button or someone presses his button and, everyone else has to interact off him. Hulk on his own, though, does have a problem, and I think he needs people to interact off of who we do care about.
Yeah, and that's the reason why a lot of people have such concerns about him. And sorry for interrupting you.
Well, I was about to say, there better be a second one because if you remember, in the first Hulk movie from 2008, there was a hint at another villain because there was a guy laying on the floor that was like growing a big brain.
That's the leader.
That's him. Yeah. That's what Max just said. He's an interesting villain. Actually, the funny thing is that the Hulk has always had better villains than Iron Man in a lot of comics, and then a lot of characters. That's the funny thing. A lot of his villains are been a lot better than most villains, than Iron Man's and stuff like that.
I still like Titanium, man.
Yeah, he's
I haven't read any Hulk comics, so please tell me, who is the leader?
He was in the video game, the 2003 video game. He was the final boss.
Yeah. See, does anybody not mind me explaining who the leader is to him, because it could be a spoiler in the next Hulk. Never mind. You probably forget about him. The leader is was pretty much another guy.
You're talking to someone with a photographic memory.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Well, sorry.
Well, this isn't a photo.
Fine, you can explain.
Well, the leader is a guy. He was also in the area when the explosion happened in when Banner became the Hulk. He also became really intelligent. Beforehand, he was not very intelligent at all, and he was he was just this other guy and stuff like that. He wasn't that big and stuff like that.
Wasn't he kind of smart in the 2008 movie?
Yes, he was.
In the 2008 movie, this is the other problem. Comic book people did not like it because it took so much off of the character that on the villains. It was so much off of the villains, actually, because the villains were not right. The 2003 one. In the 2000, but I'm going by the comics though.
Okay.
But that's what happened he also there was another guy that's his minion. That's a small little guy who used to be a big guy, big muscly guy that was really, really handsome and all that, but he got hit with gamma rays too. He became a short guy that was also pretty smart, but he was really ugly.
So what's his powers and stuff?
Telekinesis, maybe. I think.
I don't remember a lot of his powers. It's been a while since I actually read a comic book with him in it sometimes. But I know he's really smart. I don't think he has telekinesis. He says, I just know that he's really, really smart, and I think that's just it. He just uses brain power, and he can calculate
I remember electrical discharges from gauntlets that he had in the video game.
Yeah, and he goes by technology-wise, and that he makes. Oh yeah, he has tons and tons of robots. I remember a lot of that. That he uses.
Sounds like something Hulk would smash up.
And that's what happened in the comics a lot. He would either make mutants or trick people. He would get people to take stuff and stuff like that. He would just trick them and all that. Because it was smart enough.
Someone who's never read any Hulk comics, which ones can you recommend? Hulk comics.
World War Hulk. That's my favorite. Man, that is such
Didn't they have an animated movie on that?
that's only Planet Hulk. It's Planet Hulk. That's the first half.
The only two animated Hulk movies
What
I'm
about
aware of
all
is
kinds of things like
Planet Hulk and Hulk versus.
I don't know. What's Hulk?
I'm probably thinking of Planet Hulk.
Hulk versus is like a.
I know what Hulk versus is, but what's Hulk?
You mean Planet Hulk?
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought you were talking about something else. Never mind.
No. But
There was also a cartoon for Hulk.
which cartoon are we going by? Because I heard the new one isn't very good.
The old one. The
Okay.
very old one. Not the new one. The new one, I think, got canceled or something. I don't know. I really didn't like it.
Anyway, I have seen Hulk versus with him going up against Thor and Loki and him going up against Wolverine. Did you like those two verses?
Those were okay. I liked them. They had Deadpool, and in Wolverine they had Deadpool, a lot of the characters that go off of Wolverine and all that.
Yeah, I heard.
And they also in the Thor one they did pretty well. I thought it was funny when Hulk actually was able to pick up Thor's hammer and just fling it at his face, and Thor was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard many people prefer the Wolverine one over the Hulk one.
Yeah, a lot of people do. The guy left, Owen. Owens has left.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have been going on now for, what was it?
3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, 2.5 hours.
Only now for the past half hour I had something to talk about because superheroes. I like talking about superheroes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of the stream. We've been probably going on kind of for a long time.
For me, it's only like 3 hours because I wasn't here for the first half hour.
Well, it's only like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, man.
I still, yeah.
I know.
I don't know. I don't want to run this on too long if we don't feel like we don't have to feel like we need to.
Yeah.
And also I have to, because ANY is currently streaming, get the file sent to me to do weird stuff.
Biter, just to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know in advance there wasn't going to be an LP episode this week?
Yeah, I knew.
A lot of people did. You can find on the wiki.
I had contemplated on doing like a topic, like maybe even just the Rainbow Rocks trailers and stuff. But I think one thing about CBD is that we've always had a topic and always had to have guests and had a big proper kind of show thing. And I felt personally, I'm not sure how much we can talk about the show in its current status. That it's mostly popcorn. People enjoy it. It's if they enjoy it, and people who don't, there's a lot of things to say it's got weaknesses with. But you don't need to keep hitting that over the head. It's kind of obvious. So Rainbow Rocks, what am I going to do? I'm going to say, it's kind of flashy and could be seen as popcorn, but it's not really got much substance behind it. Oh joy, I just did the same thing again. So I just thought, do Aftermath. Whoever can come in, we'll do whatever we feel like. If there wasn't that many people around, me and ANY could just play Castle Crashers.
Yeah. They messaged me and I was all like, okay.
And I was like, I just like the idea of for once not having a topic, for once not having to bother a guest, just doing it freeform.
Yeah.
Plus, I was about to say, if you guys did talk about Rainbow Rocks, it'd probably wind up shorter than the Twilight Time one.
Yeah. Twilight Time one was unfortunately primarily just me and Sweetie talking to one another. and that's only a two-person conversation.
Yeah.
With the Roblox, there is a lot to speculate and talk about. We did talk about a lot Equestria Girls just when the trailers came out and stuff. There's a lot of things to consider, like like the Rift Cafe at the moment I was just discussing, where I was like the place of like it seems magic. The transformations is just music. And it's like Pastor has a problem with that because it's like, firstly, originally it was friendship. It was all about friendshipy. This caused the transformation into ponies, apparently, which is some weird racial lines. You become less human as you get more friends, apparently. Anyway, now you just become less human when you play music, which again is...
Come on, you don't even have to play music. It is enough to touch a tambourine and throw it up in the air once, and suddenly you are a mutant monster.
Yeah.
Hey, Ian Wyatt, how did you like Pinky's rapping history of the Wonderbolts?
Meh. It was a nice gag, but it went on too long. By the way, I said this in the video, in my first reaction.
I don't really watch, sorry, I don't really watch your reaction
Then
videos.
don't ask me about my reactions!
Sorry.
If you are interested in my reaction, watch my reaction!
Well,
One of your reaction videos went on for an hour.
Yeah, his reaction, he wanted to know your reaction on just one
The rap,
thing.
yeah, I know, I'm just messing. Yeah, it was a nice gag because they went all out there with even modifying the visuals enough that you see it is not, they are not trying to be cool and include a rap, no, they try to emulate a 90s rap with all its badness and VCR quality, and therefore I really liked it. It just could have been a little bit shorter, but this is just nitpicking.
I wish I could have lived the 90s a little bit more. It seems like such a great time, contrary to what...
Nah.
Well,
Not really.
To me, all that hip stuff is awesome. And
Well, the thing is that we always have a trade-off. We always have a trade-off. In the 90s, there were cool shows, there were cool things that were happening and all that.
Basically, oh, sorry, continue first, but yeah.
Did I accidentally interrupt you?
No, I actually interrupted you.
It's okay. The thing is that... Oh, somebody's calling me. I gotta deny this.
Ha! That's my chance. Okay. Basically, it's the same as with the presidents earlier. Everything becomes better after it's dead. President dies, oh, he was the best president. 90s are over, oh, this was such a great time. It's always post-mortem.
Yes, it's always nostalgia that causes this and all that. But the thing is that what I will say is that we didn't have the internet in the 90s, and nowadays we do have the internet, and we have all this awesome technology. So I'm saying that we traded off our cool shows and stuff like that and we still a lot like 90s, but we have the awesome internet.
And the great thing is, all the awesome shows of the 90s are on the internet. So you can relive.
Okay.
You can relive the great aspects and leave out the terrible ones, like Spice Girls.
What was Spice Girls?
Oh yeah, we have a British person here. Do you really want? Do you really want? Do you really want?
Oh, that.
Actually, I think my sister played that all the time when I was in the car, and I just never really knew what it was. I was like so young, and I never like. This is the funny thing.
You gotta listen to the Zebra Heads version of that. It's much better.
The crappy thing about me, I think I was kind of sheltered when I was young a little bit because I don't remember a lot of the culture back in the 90s. I know the culture like after the 90s, but I don't know anything about the culture for 90s and the mid 2000s for a lot of stuff because my friend started talking about Kurt Cobain like a year or two, like 2 years ago, and I didn't know who that was. I was like, they were like, you don't know who Kurt Cobain is, no, and they kind of like hit me on the top of the head with like like with a newspaper and said bad Blake, bad.
Anyway, I have a question for ANY. How's your new review coming along?
How do I? Sorry?
How's your new review coming along?
Which one?
I don't know, whichever review you're doing.
Review.
I'm writing a few at the moment, but I believe I don't have one currently in the pipeline, so...
Darn, I want to go off that joke. Who is the same why you talking about?
Cause like, gee, it sure has been a while since you did a top 5 yay and nay review.
Yeah, because the main reason is that I pretty much abandoned the whole concept of weekly episode analysis because it's just ridiculous. I mean, come on. There are, I don't even know, 2 or 3 dozen people out there who do this every week. You cannot really add anything new to it. It is not very satisfying in a creative way because I literally just use the very same template each and every time I sit down. I watch the episode a second time, consider what counts as a yay and a nay. As soon as the list is balanced, I write it out, I record it, I edit it, and I'm done. And there's no creativity or enjoyment in it. It's not like, for example, the Fallout or any at least so far, I have not developed enough routine in my fan fiction reviews that it gets this feeling, but there's still something new each time because it's not just another 22-minute episode I'm talking about with a fixed formula. It's with every fiction I talk about the certain aspects that make it interesting, and usually fictions have a little bit more meat to go off than 22 minutes.
And you can hear a non-spoiler review of Ace Combat: The Equestrian War.
What? What is it? Never heard of it.
Have any of you played any of the Ace Combat games?
No.
It's a flight simulator franchise, and Sonic the Hedgehog PL, I think his name was, wrote sort of a crossover fan fiction called Ace Combat: The Equestrian War.
Good for him. Sounds not necessarily like something I read. And the thing is, I already have a rather long read later list, and not to mention all the fictions I already have read.
Well, I'm not expecting you to read it because you're obviously not the flight kind of guy.
Is he?
You are saying I'm not flight enough?
Yeah.
1, you're not a Pegasus. 2, you don't play flight simulators. And that's...
Sheesh, that's racist, man.
What does that have to do with race? Oh, yeah, the Pegasus thing.
Wah, 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 wah.
I've still got to pick my OC well. I mean, currently he's an alicorn, but he's on the back burner because he's an alicorn.
Well, you could have Alicorn OC, just make sure. You can have an Alicorn OC, just
the only reason I've been through this before, the only reason he's an alicorn is because he was originally a non-pony OC who was a god from another universe.
Yes,
you pretty much
But as we described before, a god doesn't just have to be an alicorn. I mean, all the ones we sort of see, but I mean, Discord isn't an alicorn.
Yeah, and we could have like other things being a god. We could have, like in Dungeons and Dragons, there are gods that are like there are gods that are dragons, but that hasn't been in the MLP universe. I hope they do. They hope they do something around like that, like magical, really create.
In D&D, of course, like human players, they can become gods, but I think they keep their human appearance, or whatever race.
What would you guys think if I made a winged lion?
That's completely fine. Yeah, that's fine. You know.
It has to have wings. That's my bottom line because I could be the best magic user in the world, but I still want to fly.
Have you seen the Digimon movie when Renamon, not Renamon, but the cat, the Digimon movie where the two angel Pokemon turn into their ultimate evolutions?
Yeah, I saw a review of that, the Nostalgia Critic crossover with Jesse Otaku.
Yeah, but have you seen the angel forms of both of those? The ultimate form of them.
It's a little bit fuzzy. One
I
of them
think
looked like a worm with wings, I think.
That wasn't a worm though, but when you were talking about something, that's what I was thinking, because that was a lion, very long lion with wings and all that.
Oh, the one that looked like a worm.
Yeah.
One thing about at least choice
My
of
Little
if
Pony version
you're
of...
deifying your if your OC is already a deity, then there's sort of the questions about like what role and limitations. How does this deity generally operate? Like, lots of the pagan gods, they're sort of, they're sitting up in Mount Olympus and they have control over eggs, and they kind of have that thing, like, just having the ability to fly. Why is this one able to fly? Like, a lot of the pagan gods, they have limitations to their powers because, they're good at what they do.
Maximus has limitations to his power. All of the Edenite gods have limitations to their powers. True. I haven't really fleshed them out that much about it, but
what is his main limitation, though? What is his main?
What?
What is his main limitation? Like, does he have a limitation that is like?
Okay, so what happens if I just teleport him into the middle of the sun?
Yeah, does he die?
Well, he is the god of the sun and the sky and such, so no.
Okay, well, how about this? Would I throw him into a black hole? Or
then he would probably come out the other end severely injured.
Okay,
But,
what if I let a very, very heavy embers drop on his head?
He would, okay, he would probably be unconscious.
Okay, now I got it. He versus a Hulk in a death match. I mean, it's pretty much established that the Hulk is invincible, so what about your guy?
The Hulk always wins, except for Batman.
Because he's Batman.
Well, unless he's gone up against
Batman
Spider-Man and that
Spider-Man, fair.
Yeah, that's what I was say.
No, Batman always wins. This is the thing. We all know Batman always wins.
We must kill the Batman.
but yeah, what about the question though, before we get too distracted with Batman?
Throw something else at me. Let me try and tell you let me try and explain the.
If he got by the Hulk, how badly hurt would he be?
Okay, what?
If he got punched by the Hulk, how much damage would he take?
That depends on how hard the
Hulk is as strong. The Hulk is as strong as what he goes against. There you go. That's his power. He becomes as strong as what he's going against. So if he's fighting Superman, he's as strong with all the powers of Superman. So he's stronger than Superman, and so he can fight.
Really cool. You just threw the Hulk into like a combat in the middle of like a place full of crippled people, because then he just instantly falls to the ground with no strength.
I mean,
yes.
Instead of trying to figure out where his limitations are, we probably should try to. There's a German saying. I don't know what's in English.
Well, it's not the thing with these examples is sort of saying, what would his strengths and what would his weaknesses is. I mean, like, how would these scenarios?
I'll be right back.
What's the balance?
I mean, the basic thing is probably why also most Alicon OCs are a little bit of looked upon with a critical eye is that the lack of subtlety. I mean, it is sure when you create a fictional representation of yourself, you have the tendency to idealize. It's completely natural. Why would you create a fictional version of you if it is exactly as pathetic as your real life self is? So, My Pony is a lot cooler than me, for example, and he gets along with the ladies. And the problem is when you pick something as unsubtle as a god. It's literally a god. I mean, that's pretty much what you said. The original OC was a god, and not just any god. He was a god of sun, heaven, sky, and everything. And
Not everything, not
no,
everything.
I was
That's what
sorry, I was exaggerating. But the problem is the lack of subtlety. That you have this character, and it's with why do so much more people like Batman than Superman? Because Superman is just imba. He is a Boy Scout. He is the strongest. He has all these visions, this heat vision, look through stuff vision. He is just boring because he is too good in every sense. But Batman, he's a grudgy mortal who just has his brain capability and a lot of stuff in his magic belt. So.
I think you need to see Brony Curious's analysis on Mary Sue's and.
Oh, I already did. Yeah, but just adding one flaw or so is a more difficult way to approach. If you just have a character from the beginning when you have a character and you start with he's a god, then you have to work really hard to make.
I think another way to phrase it, possibly, if this helps, is like I'm trying to build up a god, and here's an idea. I say it's a god of a forest. There's a forest in a fantasy land, and basically his powers stem from he is powered by the trees. So he's going to be rather earthen in nature. His powers are going to relate to what we could. It's anthropomorphisms, but it would be things related to the trees. And obviously, like, if you wanted to hurt the guy, he's quite vulnerable to fire, like trees. He's quite vulnerable to chops, like from axes. And if you hurt the trees, you hurt him, or you diminish his power, if you get what I'm saying. A god of the trees in that way is understandable. So can the god of the trees fly? Well, trees don't fly, so no, he's ground down to earth. Trees are very slow, but powerful creatures, so that he should represent that. And so that sort of thing. You said your guy is the god of the sun, so if I'm going through the same this kind of same subtlety mythos, it would be he's fiery, he's full of energy, he brings a lot of life and energy to parties and stuff like that. But
technically,
the sun isn't always the most constructive force out there. This guy isn't necessarily. I'm just making up my own god at the moment. This guy is, he's so full of energy that sometimes he hurts the people close to him. That if you ask him to do something reserved and constructive, he might actually destroy it. If you tell the guy to look after a garden, he's not going to be a very good person at it. He will bring a lot of energy to it, but that doesn't always mean he's great at it. And just like the sun, there are some limitations. Like the sun is just made of light gases. So this guy is going to be, quite a bit of a lightweight. He isn't necessarily, if you punch him, he takes a bit of damage. He's going to be quite hurt by that.
Most of Maximus's flaws are psychological because his strength is great, but his will is dwindling.
Well, why is his will dwindling and just sort of like... at least with my gods, what I'm saying, the subtlety of their being a god is very much explained in the terms of their magical powers. With you, you only got it really it's only mental that really affects them. But I don't know, my favorite pagan gods are those who, like, the nature of their mental abilities reflects the nature of what they are strong over. That it's really cool when you have gods who are sort of the god of water, of oceans, who are kind of that. The way they interact with others is kind of wishy-washy. That they slowly wear down their opponents, like water would wear down at the coastline.
I didn't really take that into account, at least with Maximus, because he didn't start out as a god. He started out as a mortal and reached apotheosis. And when he reached apotheosis, his entity was split into three different entities. One was his body, the other one was the embodiment of light, and the other one was the embodiment of darkness.
Yeah, I mean, those are just vague symbols, and I don't know. It doesn't seem to mean as much being split into three as just, you know, I am the god of the ocean. I am very much not like the ocean. For me, that I get that. Like, it's just they reflect the thing that's going on. So if you poison the ocean, that person is going to become rather toxic. They're not going to be as nice anymore. They're not going to be so sustaining of life. And I kind of like that the symbiosis between God and his powers being grounded in reality allows me to understand them, whereas sort of just the god felt this and had his personality split into these things.
Maybe I should rephrase Maximus's role. I mean, the reason why he is the god of the sky is because he encompasses, well, in his universe, which, God, so, let me try and think this through. Let me try and get back to what I was trying to say. Maximus is actually a lot like Horus. He is the god of kingship. And that probably contradicts what I said earlier. Like I said, I haven't...
He was the god of the sun. Well, does that mean now he's like god of all the things in... Isn't he god of... If it's things in the skies...
I was wrong.
That...
When I said he was the god of the sun, you didn't let me finish. I said he was the god of the... What I meant to say is that... he is... what I said to my friends is that he's the god of the sky, because... there's part of him is the sun, the other part is the moon, the other part is darkness. And lost my train of thought. I didn't put all this down on paper yet.
It's just sort of... I mean, yeah.
In fact, I had the idea that when he goes into Equestria, that his powers are stripped. That didn't happen in my original story, but then again, I haven't written my original story yet, so things can be changed.
Yeah, I think though, like, you know, with my gods, there's a lot of depth and complexity, even though, like, this god is just the god of the sea, and this one's just, you know, the god of the forest. This one's the god of the moon, you know, that, it's a simple explanation, but it also is a great starting document for the character. With Maximus, I mean, you haven't necessarily given me a great idea of what, you know, you talk about the context of where he came from, who he is, how he's ascended or going to kind of descend in Equestria, and how he's split into personalities. These are things that happen to him, but those aren't like, you know, often, I mean, it's a bit of simplification, but often you can point to someone and say, you know, this guy is this guy, you know, this is the biggest thing about his life, this is what a lot of him is built around. And I haven't got that from you yet.
Okay, what do you want? Because I can try and put it the best way I can, but whenever I try to think about it too hard and try to put it logically, it kind of gets scrambled, because the world that I created, Eden, is not exactly set in reality. Eden was originally a world I created that was solely based on emotion, because it was my escape from reality. But I know if I'm going to put it on paper, I need to give it some logic. And it does have a sense of logic, but I haven't grounded that logic yet and defined it.
I mean, if we're talking about worlds and places made of emotion, do you know about the warp from Warhammer 40,000?
What about it?
Well, do you know about it? I mean, if you know a little bit about it.
You would have to go with my friend Jacob on that, because I'm not that big on dystopian future stories that are so overblown as Warhammer 40k.
Warhammer 40k is like galactic scales and great dystopian things.
Well,
but
I'm into galactic scale. I'm into galactic scale. I just I don't really like the demonization of humanity.
oh, I like the demonization of humanity.
It's rather close to reality.
Yeah, I mean it is of course Games Workshop, British company. You know, we guys are quite firmly rooted in
Oh, the
reality.
British people.
Yeah.
Always with the demonization of humanity.
It's why I talked about, like, you know, if we're ever going to have like a British superhero villain, they really should just sort of make everyone depressed. Like, they don't do it on purpose. It's just that we kind of are always so grounded, like with like a Marvin from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He just plugs himself into a computer, and all the computers just become so depressed.
Yeah.
I kind of like that we have that cynical knowledge of reality, but the point about at least the warp is it is a very similar realm to the thing you're describing, things formed of emotions, like, and it does have its own deities in there, like the chaos gods of chaos. I think the place is undulating and changing, and with no real accordance to reality because it's formed from the souls and feelings of people. And I kind of like that mythos because at least, like, Khorne is the god of war. Like, every thought of bloodlust and warfare, it fuels his power. And he reflects that in his nature and his demons and his tactics. He is the god of war. He is the reflection of every thought of warfare. And a warrior who dies in battle, or a person who is all about fighting and hatred, when they die, their souls are fed straight to Khorne. You know, that I like the warp in that sense, that it's a manifestation of reality, of emotions. That, you know, in the reality, emotions happen, and then the warp twists and turns and reflects that in interesting ways.
Yeah, let me try and put what has happened in Eden so far in terms of what Warhammer 40k would be like. Of course, I can't go through all of Eden's history because this conversation would be an hour long.
I just want sort of I mean, with the warp, it's just there's a reality. People feel and think things, and their souls are often absorbed by chaos gods and stuff like that. In Warhammer 40k, you know, you may have heard of the figure called the Emperor, a vastly powerful psychic figure, which could ironically be a reflection of most monotheistic gods. In fact, this is sort of like, for me, in the mostly secular United Kingdom, my first real knowledge of and interpretation of majority of religions through the Warhammer 40k envelope, which is quite funny on my regard, where it's sort of like, you know, all these people are praying to this huge, powerful, human, singular guy who's bringing them all salvation and virtue, whereas, of course, if you don't pray to this guy, your soul is lost to a chaos god, because I like the idea of just sort of, you know, all these people that basically they don't actually know that they're dedicating their lives and their souls to the Emperor, and that eventually all that psychic power is going to manifest in a physical being with that stuff who's just, you know, mega psychic dude 101.
Yeah.
And basically in the Warhammer universe, though, he is betrayed and brought low and now is basically dead almost.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
But a chaos god, that reminds me of the monster Chaos from Sonic Adventure.
Isn't there like 1,000 souls are given to him every day?
Yeah, look, psychers are brought to him en masse, and they have to sacrifice them to him to keep him alive, and also to power the Astronomicon. He's basically a soul vampire that's sort of sucking on souls to keep his own soul alive, since his body is so tattered. It's a very tragic end to the Emperor and the monotheistic gods, which is, again, the whole dystopian future thing, which I really love.
I love how we were about to end the aftermath, but we went on to something else.
Yeah. I brought up Rainbow Rocks and we got here.
Should we end it?
Just one moment. You don't play 4K, right?
I do.
You do?
I played Tau and Imperial Guard.
You play Tau?
It's
Nice.
Actually, contrary to what I said, because I was mainly focusing on the negatives, but the positives of it, I mean, it's kind of grown on me a little bit, the mythos and such, because I'm so close to my friend who's a huge fan of it, so I might try it out sometime. I mean, there's something for me somewhere there. I mean, I still have a little bit of a bloodlust in my games and such.
Okay. But okay, that's
Yeah, I was just saying, at least with the 40k mythos, I do like that in regards to sort of, even like an emotion land where everything is reflected and where there are consequences to how people think and act. And the whole birth of Slanesh, the god of excess, the god of wanting to feel things, was due to the deprivations of the Eldar. You know, there is...
Maximus is if we went by your what does wishy-washy mean again?
Kind of vague? Unclear, yeah.
What would you call someone who is what would you call a scenario where the mind is torn between wants of evil and wants of good, like sort of the...
There would be, you could describe that as ambivalence, feeling two contradictory emotions at the same time.
Well, I maybe I'm not wording this right. I'm not saying that... how do I put this? When Maximus is supposed to be a force of good, but then again, he is not absolute force of good. He has slipped. In fact, recently he fell to darkness willingly because he was tired of resisting his brother Darkseid. I know I need to rethink his name. I know it sounds stupid, but
he should call his brother King Penguin the Third.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Just if I'm writing stories, I always like imagining my characters like subconsciously having silly names because I always take myself so seriously.
I just went with Darkseid because like I said, based on my emotions, and I've had a character named Darkseid who was supposed to be the personification of my darkness ever since I was a child.
But the name Darkseid has already been copyrighted.
I don't care. I'll make it happen. Anyway, Maximus is constantly torn between light and darkness, given the right amount of weight to a situation, and a lot of the times when
I will say, if I might interject or try and jump in here, try and help you in what I think roughly is going on here. I would say that I have seen people do this before. I think I saw it with Vinova as well, where they go through a lot of emotions in life, and what they often do is they do like creating whole stories, universes, or sets of characters to all be reflections of their different personalities interacting with one another. And this is what you're trying to do with your characters in this setting.
That pretty much describes the Edenite pantheon.
Yeah. The difficulty being with, often I see with yourself and Vinova, with the people who do this, is the emotions they feel and the world they're describing is often very chaotic. It's almost like the warp. It's, the realm of chaos.
It is chaotic. I mean, Eden is in a state of perpetual chaos right now. I mean, we've got demons invading from the galactic nucleus, have taken down the galactic capital, and we had Darkseid overreact. We had Darkseid and Maximus fall to darkness yet again and take over the Tethys globular cluster, all because of an overreaction.
The difficulty I have with this thing, though, is sort of it's not only what's going on is chaotic. There's lots of different elements running about, but what all the elements mean or represent changes according to the feelings of the writer. That the writer themselves and the personifications are all also chaotic, which is why it's very difficult for anyone outside of yourself, Max, to really get into this mythos, because it is all highly and deeply personal to you, if you get my drift.
I kind of do.
Yeah, I didn't like the difficulty I will say a bit with this form of thinking is most of the symbols are chaos, most of what's going on is chaos. There's so much going on and stuff that it doesn't necessarily help the person with representing their feelings in a story format. That it's overcomplicating it sometimes. I found, at least in the case of Unova, who I spent a bit more time with.
Who's Unova again? It's Unova Brony?
Co-host Unova Brony, the co-host of the show for a while. That the difficulty being with, I mean, his story was a bit more simple though, because it was just a meteor strikes and there's like 4 different characters who all represent different aspects of him in Equestria. You know, so it wasn't so hard. But the difficulty with it is like the way we try and appreciate thoughts, feelings, and reality is by building, you know, models about it, models of practical utility, and sometimes by creating symbols that are chaotic in a world that is chaotic, it overcomplicates the situation so that a clear answer isn't created. That sometimes cohesiveness isn't reached by this type of storytelling. And I have a feeling that sometimes this is something there that, you know, if I'm creating gods personifying things, I choose, you know, Khorne, the god of rage, the god of anger, the god of warfare. You know, it's a simple, you know, he is in the world of chaos. He is in the world of but he has a cohesive thing behind him.
Well, what does cohesion mean? I am not that good on some vocabulary.
Focus, in collectedness, that all the elements play into it. So like everything I do with Khorne, like basically everything about him is about warfare. You know, that's a really simple design document. It can be very easy to make this character cohesive because everything he does, thinks, feels, interacts with is generally, he is the god of war, of anger. He wants to kill, maim, and burn and take the enemy's skulls.
So basically a static character.
He doesn't necessarily have to be...
Cohesive is not static. Cohesive is more like that all the elements line up, they all fit together like puzzle pieces. There is not an element which, even when you have a character who is a being of chaos, still he can be described cohesive when all the elements kind of work with each other. When you see him act in one situation and see him act in another situation, you are like, oh yes, this totally makes sense. This is the same character I'm seeing in 2 different situations.
Khorne is most certainly opposed to Tzeentch, the god of change, the god of dynamicism. The supreme sorcerer and the supreme warrior are often at loggerheads, but they will ally against greater foes. They allied against the emperor because they saw him as a very big critical threat. And they ally, and for Khorne is not against allying with Nurgle or Slaanesh to defeat people like Tzeentch when he was the supreme sorcerer and had power over all magic. Khorne isn't all...
I think my world has cohesion. I just haven't found a way to put it into words or describe it in a short summary.
That's the thing what Biter earlier said, that it is very, very difficult for somebody, because this whole world pretty much reflects you, yourself, your different aspects of your psyche and your emotional world. It is probably cohesive in this particular manner because everything is connected to you as the person, but for everybody who is not you, this level of cohesiveness is as hard to get as it is for everybody to completely get you as a person. And I guess we can all agree that a human being is very, very complicated to get.
Yeah.
I kind of see what you're saying now.
So for creating an actual story which is centered around something as complex as you and your being and your experience of the world. You have to extremely simplify it to make it accessible for other people as well, at least as long as you think about sharing it. If it is really more like a diary only for yourself, then you can go all nuts, but then
I'm going to edit the version that I'm going to publish because one reason is what you're telling me right now, and the second is because Eden is also a crossover verse.
Yeah, you want before you might want to, if you're going to edit it, I would suggest a side editor, like somebody else. You can get
that's
some.
what my friends are for, and
Okay.
and I was planning on going to them for the editing and such.
Yeah,
I mean,
they can bounce some ideals off of you that they could say to help you out.
In this regard, I might also suggest the method of fail faster. Fail faster is a method I know at least related to video game creation, but pretty much it's for every process of creation and developing something. Fail faster means you go into a project with the knowledge that nothing is perfect from the first attempt, from the first...
I'm immediately reminded of extra credits.
What do you think where I learned this concept? I learned a lot from extra credits. But the basic idea is to put your thing, whatever you are creating, in your case your novel and your universe you're creating for this novel, put it onto under a stress test as early as possible. Because if there are certain elements that do not work out, and you build an entire universe, literally an entire universe around this, and then somebody comes and you have your novel finished and you are like, hey guys, come in now and help me just smooth it out a bit. And somebody is like, well, on page 1 there is this one aspect that totally doesn't make any sense at all, and you are like, fuck, my whole story is built up on it. And this is the concept of fail faster, is try to find not failing in an absolute manner, but finding the small aspects that do not work. Find them early on. Don't continue building, because when you build, the more and more you build, when there is an earlier problem you did not discover, but then somebody else comes in later and points it out, everything you build upon it will be either impossible to fix or a pain in the ass. So fail faster.
Well, I have been building on this for 5 years, so that's a price I'm willing to pay.
That's also why a lot of shows in the very beginning of them don't really have much of a substance in them sometimes. Like a lot of people would say the first season of a show would not be as good as the later seasons because they're slowly building it up. Because a lot of people, they have to satisfy the people and get the people watching it.
Yeah, they fail faster. They have to find
I gotta go.
what their strengths are. Oh, okay.
Going, I'm just, somebody called my name.
Yeah. I would say, yeah, a lot of shows do have to do that. They don't necessarily know what their strengths are, that they have to, that the people producing it don't make the perfect work right at the gate. But, you know, as they progress, they find, they flatten out all the iron, they iron out all the creases, and they find what the show really can do. It's like, you know, the MLP episode 1 and 2, Elements of Harmony, is radically different from the rest of the show because it was a proof of concept. It was a prologue trying to show what the show could do. And I mean, that wasn't exactly what was chosen by Hasbro, but, you know, the show developed into something completely different that people still managed to love and enjoy.
Okay, thank you guys for all the advice. I shall consult some of my friends on this, and when I do start putting on paper more concrete, I will definitely seek out professionals to test it, but not to publish it until it is ready.
Yeah.
And
one
that
thing about
may take a long time.
One thing about the cohesiveness of characters was something I talked a little bit with Caesar about in regards of his own OC and the backstory of it, which was sort of like, I look at it from a role player's perspective, like from D&D, And for me, it's always sort of when I'm playing D&D, the character has situations presented to him by the DM, and I have to react to it in a way that fits my character. I have to have a realized character there that I understand how it's going on, and I do often find that helps me appreciate the people I'm role-playing as and make me help build up ideas of characters in a cohesive manner. So what I did with him, which might be an interesting exercise, is doing Socratic exercises with your character. So, it was a bit like what we were doing earlier. What happens if the Hulk punches this guy in the face? With my D&D character, I would know the answer. Because, I'd say, well, he has this many hit points. But, I would say, he's squishy, he's an elf, he's not that strong, he's going to go down like a sack of bricks. And it's not just only, what happens if I throw him into the sun, a black hole, or punch him with the Hulk. It's just like, what happens, what does my character do if he's presented with a situation? Particularly like a surreal situation. What happens if suddenly a person he knows very well acts completely different because, let's say, for the sake of argument, that person's being mind controlled. Does this person know about mind control? Does this person know, how does he react to someone? How well does he know his friend, and how will he react when his friend acts differently? Some people may act with hostility, some might act very confused, some act very sad. It all depends on who I am, and playing these exercises out in my head really helps me build up characters who make sense to me.
Yeah, and we did that, and that made me actually they did that with my OC. He did that with my OC when we did that, and it was actually quite a bit of help. It actually made me think a little bit more refining.
I'm finding a little bit of fun in it. Let's turn it into a game. If we have time, which I doubt we do.
We've been going on for a while.
I just started a new journey in FTL. I'm good.
I do need to take a slash or something. I do expect to take like 3 hours or so. I mean, we can continue if you want, but this is always something we could do another aftermath.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Like 3 hours is
because
quite
it does really help. And like I said, I may not have said this, but I'll say it now. If necessary, my equestrian OC will probably not be like my Edenite OC if necessary.
Okay.
Well, that was weird. I dropped out.
All right, Max, let's just try an easy one. Let's say your character, nothing's going on in his life, and he has a free weekend. What does he do?
He would probably...
Oh my god, I already know the answer for ANY Pony.
Yeah, your answer is probably the same as mine. Let me hear your answer, ANY.
I doubt it. Your character is a god. Mine will either hang on... it depends. I started
Does it
developing
involve
for the
women?
fiction.
Does it involve women?
No, actually not. It involves some kind of, probably... Depending on where it plays. If it is in Equestria with internet, then he would probably hang out on the internet.
Let's say in traditional Equestria, so no internet. What would you do?
I mean, without internet, then I have to kind of put him into the situation how Equestria is. What do ponies do in their free time? So he would probably do something equally harmless and hang around somewhere in the
Go
city.
bowling with friends he knows in real life? Let's just assume he...
No, he would probably sit there more... even though I could make him more social than I am myself, could I?
Anyway, if there wasn't internet, would you think you would be bookish? If there wasn't internet, what would you do? No internet, no TV. Would you read books?
That's a good question. Before I
do
discovered
sports?
the internet,
I guess you do sports.
I did sports even after I discovered the internet. No, before I
that's what I was
discovered the
saying.
internet, what I did was back then producing videos, drawing comics, reading comics, stuff like this.
All right.
Okay, Max. What's your answer?
Now, as I give it a second thought, there could be a lot of things he could do.
What kind of things would be most likely, do you think?
Well, one of the things I need to think of this.
He goes on a mystery hunt with the Scooby-Doo gang.
No.
Where are you?
Is he a guy who always likes doing something? Like, is he a guy who would spend his time frivolously or seriously? Like, someone who spends it seriously would go out and do, they would help the charities or try and find something to do. They would try and start up a second job.
One of Maximus's vices is that he is, how do I put it, a free spirit.
He's a hippie.
And another vice is lust. Very big vice, lust.
Okay.
I mean, one of his sub routines is being a minor fertility god, for Pete's sake.
So he's not only the god of heavens and the sun and everything, but also fertility. You remember my aspect I talked earlier about the subtlety, which makes a character more accessible?
I'm sorry.
Think about something interesting.
I just want to say, sorry, I don't want to make fun of you. It's really just my way of pointing
I'm
something
laughing
out.
at myself right now. I know that he...
Okay, I just want to make sure because I don't want to make fun of you. It's just my way of including fun in being...
Yeah, this is why I'm trying to be cautious about this because I do realize it's rather personal, and if I just say, oh, this thing's stupid, then you're like, well, I'm stupid. Oh, he's calling me stupid. That's not always nice.
Okay, so let me try and put it in not so crazy terms. What
What, you're going to say he goes to a brothel? Would that be something you would do?
If he was feeling more serious about the day, what would he do? If he wasn't...
if he was feeling frivolous, would he go to a brothel?
Free weekend, my OC would be walking through every fruit forest. There we go. Good. Why not?
Your guy collects herbs, isn't it, right?
Yes.
So he'll probably go out and get stuff.
Yep.
What would he...
Actually have a couple of drawings doing that.
Time. What would he do? So many... I really need to bring down this... I really need to bring down his power level.
Okay. But this is kind of
over 9,000?
I just wanted to ask, Maxwell, what is his power level?
This is kind of the point, or the fun at least, and just the Socratic exercise. Like, I'm hoping, it's not exactly hard. It's not a ridiculous question. What does this guy do if he has a free weekend?
And that's another problem. I haven't fleshed out his responsibilities. He just exists.
I mean, he just does nothing and sleeps all day.
Yeah,
there's always events going on.
Because recently the gods handed over control of the galaxy back to the mortals. So the gods are just regulators of the order when the time comes that something out of mortal control...
Okay,
Wait a minute, humans control the galaxy? We're all fucked.
Okay.
That's why they didn't for the longest time. The gods didn't trust humans.
Shall we try and move on to a different... Shall we do a different exercise?
Yes.
So, well, since all of you guys are sort of getting in a little bit, your character's walking along the street. They're going to whatever they equate for work or something, and the girl walks up to them and hits on them. How do they react?
Walks away.
I need to think this over. I mean, yes, his vice is lust, but oh my god, I'm gonna sound like such a terrible person. Maximus technically has a wife, but it's an open relationship.
So far, it sounds reasonable.
The god of fertility has a wife. He's open about it.
Well,
that would actually be quite cool.
His wife is the god of love.
My god, the poor wife.
Goddess of love. I meant to say goddess. His wife is the goddess of love.
Well then.
Modest.
Okay then.
I was actually considering giving him a harem, for God's sake.
Okay.
That would make things so much easier.
So, how does he react to this one woman though?
Depends on the location. Is he on Olympus? Is he on Eden 3? Is he on Eden 2?
I was sort of in my thing just like a kind of everyday scenario, very vague, walking along the street to work type deal. So nothing big's going on. It's a normal place where you would expect other people to meet you along the way. But not necessarily one where people talk to you, you know, like on the street.
Maybe he would just have a little bit of playful conversation. I mean, it's not like he goes around.
He'll be open to
it's not like he goes around with women all the time. I mean.
Well, no, it's just sort of, yeah. How does someone react to being hit on in a very kind of normal
out of
setting?
place sort of way.
Yeah, it's kind of out of place. So.
Yeah, then he would definitely be confused. But then again, maybe he wouldn't be confused because he is the god of fertility. Sort of.
Yeah, he's the god of fertility, and now he's confused when someone is like, I want to go in your pants. Huh? What's going on?
Oh my.
Thing.
Be happy that he's giving you these simple ones. He gave me a really hard one a long time ago.
Yeah, well,
but it's still really fun. It's still really fun.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, give me a box that was in the box. Pretty much what happened was we could have made, with my character, we could have made the thing into an episode.
Yeah. I gave him a mystery box that just kept pouring this weird smoke from it. And it was because he talked about his character being a sciencey guy, so, you know, I gave him an object to be sciencey about.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much that's what happened.
Yeah. Although
back on the hitting thing.
Your character made a lot of interesting sciencey quote-unquote decisions, like just, oh, mysterious smoke, I'll just huff it in. Ah.
And now you know why his OC looks so destroyed by today.
Yeah.
The very curious man.
Yeah, and then he like he was very sciencey, but then he was also like, oh, I'm going to try and send it by post and then travel there. I was like, okay, you could have just gone to the library, but all the way to Canterlot we go.
So back to my situation. I mean, Maximus' situation.
Okay.
I just want to say, I inhaled a puff of smoke. What's this? I wound up in a different dimension. How did that happen?
I've heard of this kind of situation before.
Let's see. It would probably be. I call the domain of the gods Olympus for obvious reasons, but it's more of a different dimension.
How well known is the fact he's a god of fertility, by the way?
Bye.
I mean,
do we really want to go there?
He ascended.
I'll be honest here. It's not that well known.
Okay. I was going to say, like, you know, the possibility of just the lady saying, "Hey, I heard you're the god of fertility."
That's one catch-up line, one pick-up line.
Like many pantheons, we have multiple. So far, I've only pointed out 3 deities of fertility. No, maybe 4. If we're going with 4, that would make 2 women and 2 men so far. I mean, 2 gods, 2 goddesses. 2 goddesses.
Okay, at least that's gender equality, eh?
That's pretty interesting.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yeah, so anyway, the lady does go off and say, yeah, she knows that you're that god for that thing. How does he react?
And also, Maximus has to be in the mood. I mean...
is he in the mood?
Yeah.
Sometimes he is just a slave to his testosterone when it pumps.
Yeah, but in this case, it's just a normal walking down the street type scenario.
Then, like I said, playful conversation. Then maybe give her his.
I'm just kind of imagining
God's phone number.
Okay. I was going to imagine like, hey, I heard you got lots of fertility. Not right now. Oh. Okay.
That too.
That would actually be a good reaction. It's like, not right now.
Yeah, that.
This happened yesterday.
Well, maybe the phone number then makes sense. As oh, but I really want... here's your phone number.
Okay, give me another one.
I'm trying to come up with fair ones, ones that are kind of easy peasy, or at
Yeah.
least,
Somebody punches you in the face.
Well, that's a bit hard. Like, let's say, okay, would he be in a pub, like drinking?
Probably.
Okay, let's just say
Not all. Yeah, probably.
a pub where alcohol is consumed. And let's
But,
just say, for the sake of argument, that there's a fight going on behind him. How does he react?
He tries.
I know the answer. I know the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you go first, A, and why?
I'm not sure if I should.
Go on, we're on here.
It will kind of alter his. I will kind of influence his own opinion, and he is supposed. The whole purpose of this exercise is for him to reflect on his own character. And when I jump in and say something like, "Oh, he would do this and this," and Maxwell will be like, "Oh, fuck, that's a great idea," and this will influence his own honest opinion.
Okay,
so,
then I'll go first. I'll go last. Maximus, since the first, there's something you should know about alcohol in Eden. It is first
Everybody
of all,
drinks it?
its potency varies, and a person can only get drunk if they want to get drunk.
What?
Yeah.
This is too. I want to live in a world like this.
Well, the Edenites aren't exactly human.
I'm neither.
Except the few that are truly human. And I mean, for example, Edenites there are humans in Eden, but they have been altered by the fabric of the universe. For example, the Edenites, what we would call humans in Eden, have near immortal lengths of longevity because of the energy of the universe that keeps their bodies young. However, they are they're still affected by disease and can be mortally wounded.
Okay, so how does he react to the people behind him, though?
He would try to reason with them, to try to find a peaceful solution.
Okay, my guess would have been enter the brawl happily.
He's not Alexander, trust me.
Okay,
Alexander,
so
I'll get to on a different discussion.
Let's say, for the sake of argument, he sort of knows roughly that is there any form of sports or competitions there, and therefore that is the reason they're fighting.
Sports?
Yeah. In real life, sports fans will fight over which team is better or which team has won. Things get hostile quickly because there is a lot of jingoism or egoism to
like in Brazil.
Sports. Yeah.
Brazil with that referee. Ah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, sports is quite it's something where there's competitiveness to it that both of them could both know about. So, yeah. Is there anything like that? No, any sports in Eden? Do they play hockey?
Mostly gladiatorial, but non-lethal.
All right. I mean, we could go over that. So, yeah, there's been a recent bout between two gladiators, and there's a dispute about a dirty trick that one of them pulled that was quasi-legal. And you kind of pick this up because you know about the gladiatorial arena and hear them arguing about it, and both of them are now just swinging blows. What does Max say?
Swinging blows, you say they're hitting each other?
Yeah.
First of all, he'd probably freeze them. Not literally, but,
Okay, that's quite OP. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Just holds them in place.
All gods can do that. All gods can do that.
Wait a minute, how does he freeze him? Isn't he the god of the sky and lust?
All gods have certain powers, a basic set of powers.
Okay.
He freezes them in place. What's he say to to them?
Okay, it'll probably just be momentary. He'll probably just freeze them for a second and ask for their cooperation.
So he's like, I'm sorry, gentlemen, you can't be swinging your fists at one another. I think we should reason about this situation. Did he say literally that?
Sort of, yeah.
That'd be funny.
He's a very literal kind of guy.
Mhm.
All right. What does he say? Like, can they speak back?
Yes, they can. They have lip movement and mouth movement.
They are cursing at you, pretty much.
Yeah. Incoherent drunk cursing.
One of... Okay,
Why are you
now
doing this?
let's level up this whole thing. Let's level up this whole thing. One of them, in his drunken stupor, because he wanted to be drunk, replies in his frozen state like something very unpolite, like, fuck you, you arrogant godness, stay out of this. Your reaction.
Yeah.
Suit yourself, unfreezes them, and just walks away.
Okay.
Okay then.
They can...
That was
He takes
anticlimactic.
a principled stand, listens to them, and they're drunk. It's like, oh wait, you're drunk. Whatevs. And then he just walks away.
All right, I'm gonna pop off of this.
Yeah, sometimes when he knows that insignificant disputes like these,
Okay.
he gives up.
Bye, Looney.
He's kind of a pacifist sometimes, most of the time actually.
Okay, there's two scenarios really, like, you just froze them, and you kind of aggroed both of them. Like, they could just keep hitting each other, but I would imagine that you just pissed them off. They're both going to go after you. Like,
Yeah.
You turn, trying to walk away, and one of them swings at you and hits you in the head, around the back of the head. How does he react?
Actually,
him with
before
a
they,
chair?
before they would hit me, I would just disappear.
So he just a chair. He swinged at you.
Describe
and-
how you leave the area. Like, you said he turned and leaves. So what? He leaves the bar entirely. Like, yeah, I was drinking things. I was minding my own business. I'm just buggering off.
So he pretty much doesn't pay his bill, does he?
Yeah.
What?
Still, he's gonna get reprimands from the barkeep after. Like, why are you getting involved in that fight? And you didn't pay.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you lost me.
Well, like, you're at the bar, like, I presume, and that, you have to pay for it, and you did a loud, obvious thing. People are going to see that.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Well, I mean, the guy doesn't exactly have
transfer the credits electronically.
Maxwell, seriously, what I just had was a great opportunity to give him this actual flaw, that he would be distracted because there is this brawl. He tries to divide them. They react in a hostile manner, and he's like, okay, I'm getting out of here before I get dragged into it. And he beams out, and then he's like, when he's at home, like, fuck, I forgot to pay. So this would be so much more character. No, you find another perfect solution. Don't always find a perfect solution. Nobody, that's what I said earlier about Superman. Nobody likes a perfect character.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, and
Okay.
again, there is no solution. No, when in this situation, he comes out on the other end of the teleportation. It's like, oh fuck!
Yes. Got it.
Give him flaws.
Let's just
Let
pretend
him-
that there is no electronic transactions and such like that. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot the tray. Pay, iPod, send.
Yeah, that was kind of easy.
But honestly, this is in the year 5000. Why wouldn't they have that?
Because they don't.
Well, it's like, even there's difficulties if you're saying 5,000 with the progression of electronic security. Like, you don't necessarily, just because it's the future, it doesn't mean you know everyone's phone number. It doesn't mean you know everybody's, how to fax money to everyone's bank accounts.
I'm
Right,
sure
well,
the year
no,
by Johnson
on that note,
votes are going to be like 30.
Maximus would probably not know how to pay electronically. You're right. So, yeah, screw that. I mean, got out of there, forgot to pay, gotta find a way. But how?
You don't have to pay. You could just say, "Fuck, I forgot to pay," and then you could just pay late when you go back, double
Yes,
the amount that you
I'll do that. Fine.
Yeah. The only thing I might notice that kind of AY picked on was sort of you're sort of trying to often choose the optimum solution with mechs, or at least it often comes across as that to me. That there's a fight going on behind you, it's loud and obnoxious, and the first thing he does is he tries to be the, he has the powers perfectly to...
Mann, ist das schwer! Das kann der Chef vergessen, dass ich die drei da noch vor Feierabend in der ganzen...
In reality, there's a fight going on, and you know that if you're going to get involved with them, they're going to not be very nice to you. And a lot of us, we don't have an exit strategy, and we have people we're in a pub with that we're going to disrupt our good night out by interacting with these people. Disrupt our good night out by interacting with him. He's sort of he hasn't got everything seems pretty gosh darn perfect, isn't it? Just like. Yeah, I would always love to be able to reason with the drunkards, but with no risk to myself. But that it doesn't. It's kind of got that problem to it. If you get what I'm going at. Like I kind of liked NY's response. He's sort of like, these people are being obnoxious. I'm going to just punch the blooming hell out of them so they stop being obnoxious. Like I know people who do that reaction in real life.
Why didn't I think of that? Because...
Or like, I mean, another reaction, the very common one is, I'm here trying to have a good time. So I'm going to either go to a different bar or I'm going to just mind my own business. A lot of people just, in times when something, drastic is going on, they curl up and don't interact with anything. They just don't get involved.
That's pretty much what my OC would do. He probably wouldn't do anything. He'd probably just stay at the bar and earn all that. That's what exactly.
Or like some people sometimes situations are I've seen fights in public and what happens is that they get people's
got on Maximus's nerves. Did you say that the fight got on Maximus's nerves?
I was just saying there was a fight behind you, so you decided that Max would get on his nerves and that he would feel like it was appropriate to take action.
Yeah, and that's completely fine.
That is fine. It just doesn't speak.
I guess my methods were a little bit inconsistent, I know.
Well, no, that's completely fine.
It's just, the choices you make speak something about your character. Do they get involved? Like, sometimes I see people, they watch the fight unfold and look for other people who are watching and then get involved when there's enough attention, because when someone, I notice people who, if people are pulling someone apart from a fight, other people join in and divide up the fight. People are civilized, but otherwise people will stand back. Other people do, try and shout them down, but other people might just leave the bar. Other people might just, there's tons of reactions, and it all speaks about the different personalities.
Let's try something different. I do have immortal counterparts. In fact, I have many. One of them...
go ahead. You have a mortal counterpart, yeah.
Well, this has to do with the omniverse thing. Of course, I'm going to have duplicates. Different situations.
It's completely fine.
I was about to say, weren't we gonna talk about this on the next aftermath or something?
I said it's always the thing that we could do, and that this has gone on for a while. I don't necessarily mind doing it now. I do have the time. I do want to take a bit of a break. I need to go to the take a slash. But otherwise, I don't mind. NY is doing another run on FTL, so he's fine to stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Caesar, do you want to come up with a scenario after? Well, I mean, I'm just going to take a short break, so I'll be back.
Okay. Let me just. I'll think of something.
Let's try it with. Let's try it with this other Maximus, who he's mortal, but he's still in a position of power. I know that's really...
Okay,
Do you have
we'll just
any
do the same
characters? Sorry, but do you have any characters who are not in a super powerful uber position?
Let me think.
This is already a bad start. when we have to say, let me think. It is, again, I mean, okay, maybe I'm the absolute, because I'm so much the opposite. I mean, I picked an Earth Pony for myself, and the intention was to create a subtle OC. And this was even long before I reflected too much on the whole thing. I was like, it was really the incarnation of subtlety that drove me to an Earth Pony, because Pegasi, I think they're cool. I actually think unicorns are the coolest because, well, if you check, I like Twilight very much. Luna also has magic, so yeah, but I was driven to the subtlety of Earth Ponies because they are not the awesome guys in the sky. They are not the pony master race with the magic. Yeah, they have a level of subtlety, and ANY Pony, even though he is very close to myself, so it's also a different situation than yours, since you intentionally have created those personas that are, which are some kind of, how do you call it, fantasy versions of yourself, or idealized versions. With ANY Pony, he is flawed as hell. He is a babbling idiot, pretty much like me again. He's a babbling idiot. He gets in trouble. When we talked earlier about the brawl situation...
I've never seen that. I've never seen that in any of your reviews.
Yeah, the thing is, in the reviews, it's really the review, but I started writing my own self-insert fanfic.
Yeah.
But, yes, I know. But it's more for fun, so... It's really just watching him fail all the time.
Let's start from scratch. Maximus.
Well, I want to ask AMY a question, if you don't mind.
Well?
I want to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
You know how you did a review on from Tom, his fanfiction review?
Yes.
With you.
It was my most recent, so.
What?
It actually was my most recent video, wasn't it? So.
Yeah. Well, I know you probably won't to be honest, but have you read a fan fiction called Tuesday by the Mysterious Mr. Enter?
Nope, I haven't. Sorry.
There was a lot of interesting things.
Back to starting from scratch. Let's take away. Let's put Maximus in Equestria, but make him a Pegasus, take away all his powers, and see how he survives.
Okay. He's at a bar. I'm joking. He is, let me think of something better.
I want to drink him away.
Let's say he's at Sugar Cube Corner. Yeah, Sugar Cube Corner. I'm not as good with this stuff as he is. I'm better with other things, but yeah. What does he do when he's there?
Sugar Cube Corner. Probably order a milkshake.
Okay. Hey. Let me think. It's not a bar setting, so that won't happen.
And let's flesh out his job a little bit more. He is not in a well-paying job. I mean, a decent job, but not a handsome-paying job. Let's put him in a. How much do you think a weather pony earns?
Probably pretty good. Rainbow Dash has a freaking mansion.
Yeah. But this is the thing. People, there are different speculations. For example, there are speculations that Rainbow Dash is the head of the Ponyville Weather team, so she obviously earns a manager pay. So as an ordinary Earth Pony, Raindrop or somebody, I guess it's more a normal casual pay.
I also think Rainbow Dash is probably the rich kid. She seems like the rich kid.
Oh, God.
I mean, just look at all the dye she puts in her hair. She must have money.
I know.
I was about to say, it'd be pretty funny if it was in the party scene. He's like, I want to drink all my troubles away. I lost all my powers. And
Yeah, that's probably what he would do. But in this case, he's just gonna do a milkshake.
Okay, he gets a milkshake.
And he would drink it too fast and get a headache.
Brain freeze.
Okay.
Okay.
Does he drink it fast or does he drink it slow?
He drinks pretty fast and gets headaches occasionally. Well, because
What's your reaction to the headache? He gets a headache.
why did I have to have booze? I could have used my tongue. I mean, I could have used my thumb, and I have a hoof. What am I supposed to do?
What?
Okay. Press his tongue against the top of his mouth to try and make it stop.
Still,
Well,
it's a pretty bad headache. It's still affecting you.
I don't think tongues can reach to the top of your head.
No, it's the top of your. He's talking about top to your mouth. If you press your tongue to the top of your mouth, it gets rid of the ice cream headache. See, I'm not this good, but it's okay.
Still there. Kind of waits it out. I mean, these things don't last too long.
Okay. So, okay.
Wait,
This is reminding me a lot of the one part of this song I was singing earlier, and it's really fun. Person man, hit on the head with a frying pan, lives his life in a garbage can. Person man, is he depressed or is he a mess? Does he feel totally worthless? Who came up with person man? Degraded man, person man.
This is something I would like to recapitulate. Did we really just had a brawl in Sugar Cube Corner?
No, that wasn't Sugar Cube Corner.
It
That was
wasn't
another
anymore. Okay.
place.
Okay.
I wasn't going to have I don't think we were going to have a brawl in Sugar Cube Corner. The only thing, if I was going to do something in Sugar Cube Corner, I was going to have a situation of Pinkie Pie behind the register, and a guy is arguing at Pinkie Pie saying she gave him the incorrect amount of change, and Pinkie Pie is being oblivious. And the person's just arguing. What do you do?
Pinky's, I don't know why, but Pinky is reminding me of Patrick right now.
Knowing Pinkie Pie, I would probably just...
Do you know her? Do you know her personally?
No, I don't. Well, I've heard her stuff about her. I've heard... Okay. You know how famous she is.
Johan!
Yeah, okay, I can't do a Pinkie Pie. Continue.
You didn't do any.
No, this is still more Fluttershy.
You don't mess with a pink.
I don't know if it's still not Pinkie Pie. Fuck.
Okay, what were you doing?
Learning from my mistakes, I'd probably just mind my own business.
Mistakes from where?
Are we just going to pretend like that last test didn't happen?
You could say you learned your mistake from that last test. You could say you did. You could say this is a previous, or that he just does this. He doesn't mean that he has to learn from this. He doesn't have to learn from it. It could be just a thing that he likes to stop conflicts. He feels like he should stop conflicts and stuff like that.
Yes, but that was because he had some form of leverage or something. But maybe I'm using the wrong word. He had the reason why he did it before is because he had the power to do so, and but now he's just an everyday Pegasus, and doesn't want to get into trouble. I mean,
so in his mind, he's acting like so in his mind he would like to do it, but since he doesn't have his hours and he doesn't have them right now, he won't do anything or something like that. So his powers are linked to his ways of trying to convince people and try to get people to stop fighting.
Let me think. Incorrect amount of change. Is it? Did it give him enough change?
But well, the thing is that you decided. Are you changing your decision? Are you changing your decision?
What?
That's a question. Because I'm just saying that. I'm just asking. Everything I ask is I'm asking you question. And I asked you why. Okay, he does.
You cut out for a sec, I think.
Yeah, I didn't hear him either.
He's still
Caesar,
cut out.
still with us?
And I explained.
Now
Is
sorry,
that the
Caesar?
reason or something like that?
Now we can hear you again, Caesar. You have been cut out for pretty much all you said in the last minute or half minute.
Ah, sorry about that.
No problem.
Well then, what was I saying exactly? I don't really know.
See, if you would be a robot, you could perfectly recall what you just said, but no, you happen to be human.
The guy is arguing with Pinkie Pie because of an incorrect amount of change and Pinkie Pie's being oblivious.
Yes, Pinkie Pie's being oblivious and that she gave him the wrong amount of change and...
Let's say I overhear the conversation. Did she give him too much or too little?
Too little. Because
How much too little? I mean, what's he buying?
He's buying a cake and she gave him about... Let's say the guy's a stickler and he has 10 3 bits short of what he wants that he was supposed to get back.
And a bit is equivalent to $1?
I have no idea how much their money system is.
No, don't start thinking about equestrian.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about equestrian.
Don't do it. Believe me, I had headaches. Don't think about the equestrian economical system.
I find diamonds. I'm rich as hell.
No, don't. Don't bring diamonds in.
Hey guys, what's been happening?
They start talking about the equestrian economic system.
Oh, yeah. This is what happens when I live, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, the thing is what happened was that I got him into a situation and it was at Sugar Cube Corner. He bought a milkshake. He got brain freeze. He just waited till it went away.
Very
and
important.
Then I went to Pinkie Pie. Somebody's arguing. There's a customer arguing with Pinkie Pie, saying that Pinkie Pie has given him the incorrect amount of change, and Pinkie Pie's being oblivious to it. In the beginning, he was not going to do it, and now it seems like he's more likely going to do it.
And I'm a Pegasus with a standard weather pony position with a standard paycheck.
And he told me that it seemed to me like since he didn't have it, since his Pegasus didn't have his powers and that he wasn't going to, when he said he wasn't going to interact with the conflict, he wasn't going to do it because he didn't have.
So basically, from what we saw with the thing with the butterfly, he does stuff because he has the power to.
I was momentarily away using the bathroom, but what what did diamonds have to do with all this?
I know a lot. It doesn't bother me that much, but for a lot of analysts, the economic system in Equestria is crazy, and a lot of people tried to figure it out, but no.
I always thought the economic system in Equestria was bits.
Yeah, but they bought like a.
You go from bits to diamonds, so you don't really. I can see where the frustration comes from.
Yeah,
From paying with bits to paying with diamonds.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that were frustrated with it.
Yeah.
Me being a fandom analyst doesn't matter to me as much. So I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say I have 3 to spare. I would probably just walk up and give the guy 3.
He doesn't want it. He wants the change. He wants to change from Pinkie Pie. From their counter.
Oh, why are you giving him the monies?
Yeah.
Why are you making it your biz?
Yeah.
Because still, Maximus wants to do the right thing. He wants to solve problems. The reason why he doesn't at first is because he's afraid that he's going to fail, and sometimes he just has to take that risk.
So, a bit like the bar scenario, the guy doesn't want it, so is he just going to... Well, he can't just teleport out now, so...
I'm not going to teleport out, I don't have a horn!
Is he going to walk out, run out, fly out?
I haven't paid for my milkshake yet!
He won't leave the cash register till he gets his 3 bits back, and he's holding up the only cash register there.
So you can't leave until the problem is solved.
Haha. There's your problem now.
Caesar is an
Now
evil
he is part of
mastermind.
your problem. You can't leave till he gets it. Till this problem is solved.
I'm trying my best.
Well, alright, he could make... he could like tell Pinkie Pie like some kind of joke that would make her give him Victor a change.
Maximus is...
Pinkie Pie's just being oblivious. You gotta try. This seems like a hard situation that I created.
Yeah.
I'm not good on Pinkie logic.
Yeah, the situation isn't necessarily... The point isn't to find what is the right solution. The point is to find the right... what solution fits the character. People don't always do things that are perfect or right in retrospect. You know, you always just try and do a lot of people are always trying to do the right thing for them. But, you know, judgment is always cloudy. You're never always sure of what's the best thing to do, if anything. And that sort of defines how a person acts. Not how awesome they are in sorting problems, but in how they deal with difficult problems in getting solutions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Maximus wants to solve problems, but he's afraid that he's going to screw things up. Like you said, you created a hard one, so what about something a bit more easy?
Well, the situation is that it's hard to you because there isn't a right solution. That's kind of why I think he was probably making it, that in life there isn't always a right solution. That it's hard sometimes, that there might not be a good way of just reasoning it out with people. That reasoning them out requires you to think on your feet and be good at that stuff, and to really think and to place yourself in the right position where you do use that reasoning in the best possible way. Yeah, we don't always have the clarity of foresight. We just have the clarity of...
That's why I don't have foresight. In this case, I don't have foresight. In fact, I don't even think I had foresight in the last one because I'm not controlling this.
Which one? The bar fight?
I'm not controlling either of them, so I don't have foresight.
Well, foresight is, in this, what I'm trying to use by that term, is knowledge of what's about to happen or become, so that
exactly.
You know, if you do this, that will happen.
Okay, exactly, still, exactly.
Yeah, does Maximus typically hold a cheat sheet? Does he just always know, oh, if I do this, I'll get the answer I want? Does he have also time to consider the cheat sheet?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I stripped him of his powers in Equestria, made him a Pegasus because...
But like in the bar fight, it was like in your own universe. So does he have typically in the universe a cheat sheet?
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh.
Because, not to I didn't even mention the Mind Link abilities that the gods have.
Okay. May I give you the situations of what my OC would do in this situation?
Yeah, okay.
In the situation with the milkshake thing, he'd probably scream really loud and starts
No, he's bugging out again. I want to
slamming his
hear.
head on the ground.
You're bugging out again, Caesar. Please
Yeah.
tell the story from the beginning. You scream a lot. What else?
He screams and he kind of slams his head on the table at once, like trying to get ice cream headache because he really hates ice cream headaches. I hate ice cream headaches really bad.
We all hate
kinda
ice
my
cream
reaction.
headaches.
It's my reaction sometimes when ice cream headaches hit me.
We all hate ice cream
With the Pinkie Pie thing, this is my reaction would be, I'm not going to mess with this. I'm putting my money on the counter. I'm leaving.
I was thinking after he refused my money, I would just pay for my milkshake and leave.
You could have also got Mrs. Cake or Mr. Cake to come in, ask if you could get Mr. Cake and Mrs. Cake in, and ask them to tell what was happening, and then got them to convince Pinky to give him the 3 bits.
Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't
there's
think
lots
of
of
that.
things he could do, though. Yeah, what kind of?
Maximus doesn't have all the answers in this situation, and didn't want to go behind the counter or anything because he
No,
wouldn't.
you didn't have to. You could just call Mrs. Cake or Mr. Cake. You could have said Mrs. If you even knew who they were.
If they were close by, maybe, but I didn't know where they were.
You could also you could ask Pinkie Pie for if you could have the people that own the establishment. She could have actually, her not being oblivious to that, she could probably been able to detect. Oh, he wants Mr. or Mrs. Cake. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try something else with the same character circumstances. I mean, he's still a Pegasus. He's still a weather pony. Let's try something else.
Spider?
Well, he has to be a pony. Okay.
I like how you put Biter on the spot.
Well, I just came up with a silly little one, and here's the idea. Your character comes home from work, let's say, and they open the door and they find there's 20 pieces of mail on the floor.
20 pieces of
Derpy!
That's what I was thinking.
You got through the door, there's 20 pieces of paper. 20 letters. Enveloped letters.
If I had a bag, I would take a bag, put it around my neck, and fly to the post office.
Why are you doing that first? I mean, are you going to actually look at the letters? Is this what he does? He gets something he doesn't expect. Mail to me? I'm taking this back, and I'm going to take it back.
Okay, fine.
Well, no. Why is he doing whatever he's doing?
Why is he doing it? That's in concrete right now.
Can't we just...
Maybe I didn't think through this.
All I said was that your character opened the door and there are 20 pieces of paper on the floor. This is not an super extraordinary circumstance.
In Equestria, do they have the mailing address on the envelope so I won't have to open it?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, how else are they going to know where it goes?
Yeah.
Magic.
Oh my, no, I'm not using magic.
A lot of the mistakes I'm making with this game is because I am not that literate with equestrian society. Yes,
Well, it's completely fine though. You can just use what you usually find from our society to equestrian society. It's kind of.
I'm not trying to pull any tricks with equestrian society in regards to you having mail. I'm trying to pull the trick of you've got mail. Dun dun dun.
Okay.
Yeah.
I checked the addresses. I mean, Maximus checks the addresses.
All of them?
Yes, he looks for his if any of them
Aren't you gonna
are his.
read the letters first?
He picks up.
No, I'm not going to open them unless I know they're mine.
He picks up the first letter and it's addressed to him.
Okay, put it on the table. Next letter.
So where's this isn't like say a hallway, and the table is going to be in like say the living room. So he's picked up the letter, he reads it, it's him, and he walks all the way over there, he places the letter down, and then he walks back. Okay.
Got it.
Maximilian isn't that smart. Maximus isn't that smart, is he? Sorry, Maximilian.
I'm so confused.
That was just like, he's not going to take all the letters to the table. He's going to take them one by one, walking a long distance to each time. All right. Anyway, so
I thought that the table was right next to in that again.
Why would there be a table right by your door?
Have you seen? What am I using a template? What house am I?
We're just imagining like a normal kind of house, a hallway, living room, a kitchen.
There's a window right next. There's a window close to the door, and near the window is a table, and near the table is a chair.
Okay.
My house, I can decide how it's constructed.
Well, why is it constructed like that?
Because that's how my first house was.
Did you construct your house? I thought you were a weather pony.
He had to.
I designed my house. Designed my house.
Was it a window nearby? I mean, what's the table and chair for?
What?
Why is there a table and chair by that window? I mean, what room is this? So what's the shape of the room in the first one? I just say hallway because that's kind of the house thing.
Well, the chair to my left right now is right by a window. So, you see a chair right there. It's right by a window.
Yeah. That's your bedroom. So your bedroom isn't, of course, the opening to your house.
Sure.
I like to imagine that Maximus has just got all these chairs and tables scattered around his opening to his house, just prepared for the chance of letters. Letters? I'm prepared.
God, I really have.
I don't really care. It's just sort of like, why are you bringing up these things? Like, I don't mind hand wave, but if it feels just like, reasonable. And yeah, he has a table and a chair, and he brings them over there. That would make more sense. But your first instinct was to just bring each letter at a time.
It's probably my autism. I don't think too many things through on the first instant.
It's okay.
Does Maximus think things through well on the first instant?
It's hard to... The Maximus is basically me. So
he doesn't think things through at the first instant.
Yes, he doesn't.
Okay, so he doesn't think things through. Then that's completely fine.
That's fine. It's just when we're telling you like other things that kind of might make sense, if someone does think things through, you change it often to what we suggest, but that's actually not his character, is it? We're just imposing, more quote-unquote normal standards on him.
Well, isn't normal what we're going for? Not godly, not kingly, not...
We're going for your character. If your character, this character is supposed to be a reflection of you, but by trying to make him normal, you're making him have better judgment than you might normally have.
Yeah.
Oh wait, normal as in mentally? How am I supposed to...
You're supposed...
I barely understand how a normal person's brain works.
No. You're supposed to do what... You said this character is based off of you, right?
Yes.
Do what your reactions would be. Do what the character would do. This is what the situation is. That's why with Flask, he doesn't like to... He usually wants to stay in his own world. He doesn't want to deal with conflict. So that's the reason why at the bar he doesn't deal with the idiots. Only if he gets hit by one of the idiots is when he goes into the conflict. And if Flask didn't want to deal with the crap that was happening at the counter, so he just dropped the money there and just left.
Yeah. I mean, if this guy is very much a reflection of yourself, then yeah, it should just be your first instinct to those scenarios.
Well, has he always been a pony? Because that's one handicap, not having thumbs.
You don't feel like you're handicapped if that's the way you've always been.
That's not what I meant.
I've always only had 2 hands. Darn it, if only I had 3. Or maybe 4.
Be like Goro, have 4 arms.
Do 4 things at once.
Maybe I said the wrong word. Again, don't think things through.
It's okay, man. It's okay if you don't think things through.
Well, you keep on saying it's okay, yet I feel like I'm being attacked for these mistakes.
No, we're just giving you scenarios, and we're just saying things that would happen because you made these decisions.
Is Maximus really that stupid?
Well, he could be. I mean, if he's a reflection of yourself, then, he might not always have the best judgment. What's bad with that? I mean, people aren't always perfect all the time. They don't always think things through. That was exactly what I was describing.
He could be a very, very smart person. I have met very, very smart people. They are very, very smart. Their wisdom, there's a reason why I can take intelligence and wisdom and I separate them. Because you can be intelligent, but you can be very, very oblivious, not wise, and you could do stuff that's stupid. You could be book smart, but you could do stupid things in real life.
Yeah.
He could be super clever when it comes to all his godly things, but in the very moment he has to directly interact with mortals, he's completely lost his connection and doesn't really know how to act normal around normal people.
That's I can definitely see. Let me.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to remove that mind link. In fact, I don't think I've used that mind link in a long time.
Okay. Here's another. How about another scenario? Maximus is hungry and he wants to eat something, I presume, in your universe. They eat food, do they?
In Equestria?
No, in your universe. I don't mind too much. I just want to work with a character. But
now we're going back to Eden?
If you want, he's in Equestria. I don't mind which universe, because for me it's just people are people, right?
I'm going to stay in Equestria because apparently people think I am just too perfect in Eden, so screw them. I'm taking a vacation. I'm being imperfect for maybe a week, maybe a month.
Well, it's just sort of like if you're... It's just my problem, like, if I try and do the scenario, you're hungry in Eden, you're like, oh, well, he doesn't need to eat. Oh, okay. He just whoops food into his hand.
I've always wanted to try hay fries.
Okay, he wants to try hay fries. Where would he go to get that?
First of all, how much money do I have left? I mean, God, why do I have to... I always try to flesh out these things to try and get the scenario genuine and such. I can probably afford fast food. That one place where the Cutie Mark Crusaders took Twilight.
Yeah, let's say for the sake of argument, he has the money. Would you think it is a good depiction to have him do what you just did here? Consider the amount of money he has. Do you think that's something that fits his character? I mean, it was his first instinct. Would it be your first instinct? Would it be his?
No,
first
I'm getting hungry.
I have food right here.
Well, at least now it's not as hard to think about because now you're also hungry like him.
Does he think that, oh, I'm hungry. How much money do I have? Or, oh man, I'm hungry. I want to have that, but do I have enough money for it? Does he think that way?
Or do I have something in the... he would probably think, what do I have in the... Do they have fridges? Please tell me they have fridges.
Are we in the equestrian world, or are we?
I'm sort of planning at least like I mean the thing you're talking about is a fast food type deal, which doesn't mean you. I mean, people don't typically always store like.
I think Equestrian does have fridges. I remember Rarity having one in an episode.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
But he was thinking fast food at the time.
I say, here's a French fry. I'm about to.
Like
And
I,
he was talking
like I
about
said,
money.
first thought, and like I said, I'm going through my options. That was the first thought. Now let me go through my other options. The other thing could be in the fridge. I just had a craving for hay fries. Do I have hay fries? I don't know. But if I can't afford hay fries, or if I don't want to walk or fly all the way to the restaurant, I'll just have whatever I have in the fridge.
All right.
Okay then.
What would you think he would typically store in the fridge?
Probably a sandwich.
The materials for a sandwich?
Material.
Okay.
I need to play The Sims. Maybe that would help with this.
Possibly. I think also, like I said, I kind of got this method, or at least I like thinking of it in a way that, because of my D&D background, that I was like playing a role.
I've only played D&D twice, and not for very long. I like it. I like starting at rock bottom sometimes. And well, let me think. What was my first D&D character was of unknown birth, and was trying to find who he was, but I scrapped that because I had a subplot where Pharaoh would go back into Eden, and la 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 la. Nobody wants that. My second character, not me, definitely not me. It was an elf named
Thomas.
No, he was named Krellor. His name was Krellor, and he was a cleric of Celestia.
Mm-hmm. I've also had a character for Dungeons and Dragons. He is a hellbred paladin, and I've been playing him since 2010. He is a character. The backstory of hellbreds are that they are a soul that is in hell, that is ripped out by a deity to have a second chance. And most of them fail, and if they pass their second chance, they can go into heaven. And yeah, that's what my character in my Dungeons and Dragons game has been for a while. I haven't put down his whole entire backstory, but that's part of it.
I'm thinking too much about The Sims now. I brought up The Sims now. I'm thinking about that guy's pony crossovers with The Sims, those animations. I mean, some of those guys made the characters in those videos made some of the stupidest of decisions.
Mm-hmm. Annie.
I just remembered this. I just remembered this Sims video about Octavian Vinyl Scratch.
I know, Vinyl Swabs. Why? Why did you leave the damn stove, Octavia? You left it running. What the hell were you thinking?
Annie, Rarity needs you for Rarity. Oh wait a minute.
I know Rarity.
Wait. But before we talk about him doing stuff with the main six,
Okay.
what's his relationship with them in general?
I don't know what Annie's relationship to the main six are. Actually, I shouldn't be doing that. Actually, it's kind of like that. I need to have more information to actually do that.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Maximilian's relationship.
Okay. What's your relationship with the main six, Max?
Let me see. Who would I seek out?
What? No, I'm not talking about like in love with them or anything.
No. I'm not thinking that either. I'm not thinking that either. Remember, no longer god of fertility. No longer.
Although he was the god of fertility because he was incredibly lustful, and now isn't he still incredibly lustful?
Yeah, isn't he? He still has his personality from the other world. He just doesn't have his powers.
Or his titles.
Yeah. He still has his personality. So he could still be lustful.
Yes, but But like I said, remember how he brushed that one woman aside? Not now.
Okay.
He has control over it, but when that high hits, when that high hits for almost no reason, he has to try and fight through it or beat it or something.
Is it because is the highest because he holds it in too long? Is that the reason?
What? I'm
talking about for his lustfulness. It's because that he holds it in too long? That could be a reason.
I was just talking about personal relationship.
Well, he started talking about lustfulness, and he says it just happens for a random reason. And I was thinking, well, there could be a lot of reasons for him to be like that.
It's getting a little bit too personal.
Okay.
Let's just take the lust factor out of it because, like I said, a little personal.
So is the lust factor pretty much because of your godliness and the godliness of his other when he was a god?
Out, dude, and move on.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. You go into Rarity's boutique.
Boutique.
Yes, and she grabs you and just starts putting you into a dress. I'm kind of out of ideals, and I think of weird things for some reason.
Well, it's something we sort of see, like, the show starts with...
Maximilian's cross-dressing. Oh, no.
I don't think Rarity would be that stupid to put me in a dress. She put
You
me
were
in a
the
dress.
perfect body type for this dress, though. You were the perfect body
How about this? How about into a suit? Something for a male.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I meant.
I think of weird things. I always... sorry. Okay. Starts putting you into a suit. What do you do?
Panic.
Oh my gosh, I'm in a suit. What is this?
My first thought is just go with it. I mean, you know how Rarity is.
Okay. Biter?
Yeah, okay. You just go with it. I mean, that is a genuine response, and that could be something your character does.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's a violent personality, then he'll probably fight back and yell. If there's a...
At first he'd be confused, but then he remembers rumors about, well, not rumors, let's just say he has a general knowledge of Rarity, and this is her sort of thing, so just go with it.
could ask.
He finishes with the suit and says, "You look fabulous, darling."
Well, at least he's not letting it go.
I don't even know why.
At least he's not beating it.
That was a reference to Frozen.
I know.
Well, no, I'm talking about Max Get it?
I only saw Frozen once.
It's the song that people keep circulating, the "Let It Go" song. Let it go, let it go.
It's a good song. It's
It
just
was a good
lot of
song.
people are not
Do a lot of people hate that song?
Yeah, a lot of people hate it because it's been played so much. It's kind of like a Justin Bieber song, or
And I somehow
I've never heard a song like that, and I love it.
The problem is that there is an oversaturation with this song. The Nostalgia Critic made really fitting and
I didn't see that video
entertaining.
yet, but
what?
When I first tried to watch that video, I didn't see the movie yet, so I stopped and said,
He's just making fun of the fact that everybody is covering this song. He actually makes his own cover of this song, and he starts out singing how awesome this song is, how great it fits, and that he goes to the internet to check if other people like it as well. And then throughout the song, he gets annoyed by the amount of people reproducing it and bringing it on and on and on. So he says pretty much literally, this song is great, but people stop bombing it everywhere.
Let me just say,
From my
I just want to say, if I can say anything, just say, I still somehow avoid listen to that song. I have not heard the song yet.
From my perspective, I did avoid. I didn't hear it before. I didn't really know much about Frozen before I went in, and I didn't really actually care much at all for it. I could see that it was flashy and kind of very dramatic. It just it didn't have its place in the movie, and it was too simplistic for me. And I don't really actually like it or think it's necessarily a good it's not a great song. It's a competently executed piece.
can we get back to Maximus and Rarity?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got off topic.
Yeah, I don't know, it has been oversaturated, and I think part of it, yes, is people getting tired of it, and part of it is that the song isn't great. It's not really supremely great. It's just sort of it's a nicely executed song.
Anyway, I thank Rarity for the compliment.
Yeah, it's kind of like Gungan style, pretty much how all that happened. Okay.
Yeah. Like Gungan style ain't that supremely great. I don't always people saying, "Oh, the only reason people don't like it's just it's everywhere." It's like, well, no, Gundam Style isn't the best in musical achievements.
Mm-hmm.
You have to give weight to that. That's kind of my thing with the parody of it. Just keep saying, "Let it go, let it go, let it go." It's just forcing down your throat the feeling over and over again. It's just a bit too repetitive.
Hammer it in with an actual hammer.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thank Rarity for the compliment.
Okay.
I have so many videos to watch today, but instead I'm here listening.
Are you going to buy the suit?
I probably can't afford it.
I would imagine they're actually in this scenario they wouldn't like Rarity to just put him on in more sort of oh no, this doesn't go with you at all. Never dress. A suit.
Yes.
That reminds me of the very first episode of the show with so many dresses she put on Twilight.
She also did that with Rainbow Dash with that weird outfit.
Yeah.
The one with the wig and all that?
Yeah.
Can you please remind me? I forget which episode it's from.
I think it's the one with the Parasprites.
Oh, Sworn Century?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
She's done that a lot. It's surprising.
Yeah.
So, given her generosity, if she says I look great in it, wouldn't she probably give me a discount?
I don't know. That's not really the important thing here, and me and Caesar.
Well, if I can't afford it, I'm not going to take it.
Well, no. Let's say, she puts you on a dress. You say you look fabulous. You're like, oh, thank you, and then suit, and then she says, oh wait, Some minor detail doesn't really please her. I mean, you can come up with one if you want about the suit. Oh, no, it really doesn't go well with your mane. Let me try something else. And she starts undressing you from that suit. Let's say the original was like a black and white tuxedo type deal. And now she rummages around and gets another suit of a color that is complementary to your own colors and starts putting that on you, right?
I would probably still be going with it.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just saying, like, how would Maximus, what's he looking at whilst she's taking clothes off it on him? How's he, what's his facial expression during this?
Well, seeing as he's probably just a little bit.
I don't mean to interrupt, but no one can hear my.
He looks a little mod, if you get my drift.
Okay.
I don't mean to interrupt, but no one can hear my chewing on food, right?
Didn't think so.
Okay.
What? You mean this clicking sound?
No, not the clicking sound. I'm eating right now. I hope no one can hear me chew.
No.
Okay.
So basically, he is. I wouldn't want to say getting impatient, but he is. How do we?
His facial expression is very much mod pie right now.
Yes, he's just waiting for it to be over.
Very laid-back guy. Just, I walked in here. I wanted a suit. I mean, you have to have a reason, right, to go in here.
Well, if he had if Maximus, probably given any scenario without his powers, he'd probably be very depressed.
Okay. He's very emotionally dependent on his powers. I need these things to feel big. So he's
Man, I can tell we've been going on for a while if we're having like nothing to say right now.
Okay, so yeah, he is. She put the second dress on him and says, "Ah, that's much better." Any reaction? You got a button here? Nope. He doesn't have to say anything.
I say you're the expert.
And she says, "Oh, that's 200 bits," and we'll say that 200 bits is a lot of monies, more than you have. You have, like, say, 100 bits.
Okay. The way I see it is that he would refuse because he wouldn't have enough bits, but then she would kind of argue with him, but then he would be like, "Well, you're the one that put the dress on me in the first place."
Please. You know what? Maybe we should just end the aftermath. I'm starting to reach my limit. I've never been through this much testing of my character's imperfections.
It wasn't
me out.
It wasn't me trying to test his imperfections. It's me trying to put you in mundane scenarios like he has mail. He wants to get a suit from Rarity. I mean, the point isn't necessarily to put you on the spot and show you all the weaknesses. The point is to try and just get you to ask the question of yourself, or be able to, just the fun of sort of, well, imagine this. Oh, this he would do that. And
I was just giving an idea, seeing how I've given very few ideas throughout this.
All right. But anyway, I think if you've reached your limit for the time being, I mean, we could do this another time if you're interested, putting your characters through situations that test that could show your knowledge of their characters and help you work through thinking about them.
But before we do this again, he should write down some notes.
No.
To help him prepare.
I don't. Can we please just? I gotta go sometime soon.
Okay, man. It's okay.
Okay. Don't need to yell. Yeah. Just trying to help you.
Next time we test Zacharias OC.
Zacharias. Oh, me?
I don't know, I just see your name as Zachariah on screen.
Yeah.
Ah, me. Okay. I already have all this planned out, though.
That's what Maxwell thought as well. Then he met Biter and Caesar. And
Oh,
me.
but I'm more prepared for the chatter.
Are you prepared for this? I don't know.
Yes, I am.
Is your OC a Pegasus?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then I'm thinking of ideals for next week.
Because I always prefer the Pegasus over the other. So.
Yeah.
Because I actually like flight. I prefer flight over magic.
The question is, are you going to be there next week, A and Y?
No. Pretty much no, because I will not be here in Berlin. I will be at my parents for Easter, and I don't have my equipment over there.
I might not be here either. I'll be going to be with my church for Easter.
Are we going to be? We should just reschedule it for some other day. Maybe we should just take a break.
Maybe.
Okay. Just to point out, in theory, the aftermath is free for all, so it is some kind of interesting that there is this kind of occurring combination of people. So.
I know there is. It is kind of
like,
weird.
the three of us are not available next week, so maybe we should skip it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also might have a thing that I can't do the CBD next week.
Yeah, okay. If one of the hosts is missing,
I never talked about this with anyone else because I have my OC prepared for like the past 5 months. It's just I never want to share stories with it, write about it.
It's good. It's okay, man.
Yeah, I know, but I'm prepared. I am prepared.
So yeah, if Biter's not able to be here next week, then yeah, we can't have a CBD. That's completely fine.
Well,
we could leave.
Well, unless we can have Looney do it like he did at one time.
I just wanted to say, there's still Looney.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's still Looney, and we can also do it at a later time if we could do it at a later time. But the problem is that you guys are in Europe, and that would be really, really late for both of you guys.
I mean, I haven't planned that far ahead. I only found out today, like during the CBD actually, that I might have plans for over Easter, going over and visiting some peoples. So
yeah.
So I'm sorry if I.
Fun.
By the way, ANY, but before we end this, hopefully you can read the fan fiction I linked in the group chat.
What were you saying, Max?
Who, he or me?
Before we end this, I would like to apologize if I got emotional or frustrated, or if my OC is really in need of some work. I knew that he needed work, but I didn't know he needed this much work. Oh my God.
It's not that he needs work. It's that you need to know what his character is. It seems to me that you want to with every
I know
single
what his
problem.
character is, given the context of his situation. He doesn't. I don't put him in everyday normal situations. I put him in diplomatic situations and other things that involve his actual purpose, being the hero.
Okay. That's completely fine.
Yeah. I just sort of, I think one thing I'll say about a lot of media that I really do like is something to potentially strive for, though, is that I always like the potential of this show to sort of say, oh, imagine this character in this situation, and I snap my fingers and I can pretty much imagine how they're going to react and act and do things. And I could do that a lot with a lot of well fleshed out characters in media, that you generally know their disposition and things, even if it's not clearly. That's kind of the fun thing of why people do so many things with crossovers. It's kind of like, hey, imagine if ponies suddenly the main six went into the Tron universe or something. Like even though of course we have no actual data to say how they respond to Tron, we do know their personalities and are therefore able to figure out what they're going to do.
Mm-hmm. It worked pretty well for Turnabout Storm, so yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I do wonder, where did you two get those pictures from, Biter and Annie? Where did you guys get those?
I linked her not too long ago in one of my videos. Wait, let me check the source.
Can you post it in here in the Google Plus chat?
I actually don't have more than the name, so and it is somewhere on my
I can
Tumblr.
find it, I think, or at least my one. When it was because I got my favorites in DA. I know it's also on Tumbles, but
it's
it gets lost.
On DA, on DeviantArt, her name is Buisel149.
Buisel149? Okay.
Buizel149.
I posted it there as well.
Okay.
Wait a minute, BU what?
BUI.
Follow my link. Just follow the link. It's got it there.
Sorry.
Linkness.
By the way, NY, I haven't shown you this plush yet, but what do you think of this plushie of Octavia?
Octavia's always good. At least in combination with vinyl. But yeah, I am not really so much into plushies, so I'm not the perfect person to judge. So, but it's looking good.
But your avatar right now looks like a plushie. Your avatar right now looks like a plushie.
No, it's still a drawing, and he's very chibi-like and cutesy, and I love it. Yeah, it's still I don't have really this connection to merch in any form, so.
Yeah.
I love plushies.
I am good with looking at stuff. I don't need to have it hold it in my hands. By the way, isn't she the one with the animation with the gay manga intro thingy?
Possibly, I'm not sure.
I believe it is.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Something left his end.
Wait, this is some of my favorites. Now I need to figure it out. The quietness.
Yeah.
Next week, I shall talk about my OC, although I don't know what the design would look like. But yeah, whatever.
You could do what I did. What I did was just go to Point Creator, pretty much.
I at least want my pony to be orange in some way because orange is my favorite color. But I was like, wait a minute, there's already an analysis whose pony is orange. But
well,
my favorite color is also orange, and I put it in my OC, but it's not the main or the coat color.
It's her. Sorry. But yeah, it's her. She's with a manga animation intro thingy.
Okay.
It's interesting because this intro thingy, this animation thingy was such a crude style, and these drawings are so well defined and cutesy. So interesting.
They are.
But yeah,
I will be prepared next week.
I think those show. Yeah, we should wrap up this. Anything last to say?
Yeah, I got lots of YouTube videos.
I finally get my PC back. I can't do anything. The processor and the RAM are pretty much at their high point. And I still have videos to edit.
Well, I look forward to the next time we get to speak to each other, ANY.
All right.
And I'm sorry if my OC at first seemed too perfect.
No, this is really. I know this comes especially since we all focus so much on you that it came across as being very critical about it and okay, it was critical, but it was not intended to be this kind of that you have to justify anything or so. It was really like you wanted to talk about him, you wanted to present him, and we responded. And so please, there is no reason whatsoever to. He's your creation, and it is about you feeling good about him. But since you want to share him with the world, we give you feedback, constructive feedback. So no reason
And I
to
try to
apologize.
take that, but sometimes I take it the wrong way, and that's my fault.
It's completely fine, man.
There's no bad blood on our part, dude. So,
There's no what?
there's no bad blood on our part. We are
Bad
all
what?
fine.
Bad
Bad blood. Like, no,
Ill
none of us
will.
are upset, or at least I don't think so. I can't.
I try not to start bad blood. So.
Yeah. There's no
I
bad
just
blood,
have-
man.
I don't even
I
know
just
what bad blood is.
It's like we're not trying to be mean to you. We're not trying to make you upset. We are just like helping you.
I just have one last question. How long have we been going for?
For about
4 hours.
almost
About
5.
5.
Oh my god! I didn't realize it was going that long.
This
Yeah,
is pretty
almost
much
five.
the textbook definition of not having a life.
I got so many YouTube videos to watch now.
I got so many YouTube videos to produce.
And here I am.
Sadly,
battling
none
with
for
you.
myself.
Okay, I think that was the Corpuscular Rays Discuss episode number 67.5.
I'm so glad it's over. I'm sweating bullets right now. Holy crap.
See you all later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, audience.
Dear Princess Celestia, I have learned a very valuable lesson about friendship.